Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage of the 2021 Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV and USBC Communications, coming to you live from the Bowl TV studio at the International Bowling Campus in Arlington, Texas. Jason Thomas, our man on site, making sure everything is good to go from North Rock Lanes. We have 5 games in the books already from our women's teams, and we will be watching the men's 5-game block in just a couple of minutes as they finish up practice. We're actually going to go out to the lanes first and take a look at lanes 23 and 24 as we get competition underway here. So as we get that all set, we're going to be starting off with St. Ambrose and Kansas here to get underway. Throughout the course of the competition today, we will have score updates and more. We will review what happened on the women's side as well. Those scores and standings posted on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page and at USBC on Twitter. 43-foot pattern for the women. It's going to be a little bit different here for the men, though. So we thought it was going to be the same. It's actually going to be a different pattern. So brand new pattern out here, if you watched earlier. So the pattern that the men are going to be on right here, 38 feet in length, 33 mils. So we upped the mils. So we have even more volume out there, a little bit shorter length. So 38 feet, 33 mils. The teams will not see the graphs until we're all said and done. So the only information they got, pattern length and pattern volume. So those are the things they're working off of after 15 minutes of practice. So we'll get to see our first few shots here and kind of how these teams are going to attack this particular condition. But we looked at a few different things during our women's block earlier today. Once again, a rundown of the format as we get going here on lanes 23 and 24 at North Rock. First and foremost, the tournament format, Saturday and Sunday. 5 traditional games today. The women's squad already in the books. Men are going to have their 5 games starting now. Tomorrow will be 16 Baker games. So for the women, they'll start at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, 7:45 local, and then the men will be on the lanes at 1:45 p.m. Eastern, 12:45 local for their 16-game Baker totals. And when we're adding all those scores together, that is going to determine our men's and women's champion here at the end of the event. So it's a total pinfall event. So the most consistent teams over the course of both days are going to make their way to the winner's circle. For those of you watching on BowlTV.com, a big thank you for joining us here today. As we had for the women's block, a couple of pairs available for you to watch. You can find the navigation to that below the video if you're on a desktop or a laptop. If you're on a mobile device, that's in the top right-hand corner. So be sure to check that out. And you can pick essentially 5 channels, MSC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then MSC Main is what you're watching right now. For the folks who are watching on Facebook, welcome. Thank you for checking out Collegiate Bowling from the Mid-States Championships. We will be live on both platforms for game number 1. But if you want to watch the entire block, you're going to have to go over to BowlTV.com after game number 1. Pick up a subscription. We have 3 options. You can pick up an event pass for this week to watch live, $5.95. Quick and easy to do so. If you want a monthly recurring subscription to get access to the entire site, including archived events, on-demand content, and everything else live coming up in the next month, that's $9.95 to pick that up. Or if you're interested in everything Bowl TV has to offer over the course of the entire 2021 campaign, you can pick up an annual recurring subscription for $79.95. So not only do you get all the collegiate bowling for the rest of the season, looking through the intercollegiate team and singles championships and starting up next season for the 21-22 season, but you also get the entire PWBA tour, qualifying and match play from the USBC Masters and US Open, top youth events like Junior Gold, top senior events like Senior Masters and Super Senior Classic, Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series as well a little bit later in the year. So a lot to consider moving forward, but that's kind of the rundown here. So we're going to hang out for a little bit. Jason Thomas is on site once again, taking care of business and getting things rolling over there. But for right now, we're going to take a step back. We've had guests throughout the course of the day. We'll see if we can get a few more for the late block here. But we'll go ahead and go full screen. You should still be able to hear me chat, though. So we'll run through a few things as we get going here today. As we mentioned, 38 feet, the pattern length, 33 mils. The volume, all we know about it. Teams will receive more information at the conclusion of the event, but we're just going to give you the full rundown of teams competing in the field this week on the men's side. As we settle in, Newman and Drury College, Lincoln and Iowa Central, Ottawa and Barton County CC, Central Missouri and Wichita State, they're on 15 and 16. That is MSC 1. Baker and Iowa Western CC, that is 19 and 20, MSC 2. You're watching St. Ambrose and Kansas on 23 and 24. That is MSC 3 from the channel selection. 27-28, still trying to get that one up. Kansas Wesleyan and Midland. That's going to be MSC 4, and then MSC 5, 31-32. That's Dallas Baptist and Peru State. Also in the field, we have Oklahoma Christian. So that makes up all the varsity squads, and then we have a few JV teams as well. Including junior varsity squads from Newman, Wichita State, St. Ambrose, Iowa Western, Midland, Ottawa, and we actually have one additional Wichita State team on the junior varsity side, so they can't have multiple schools joining from the JV side. Big shout out to Wichita State and Newman, our tournament host on the collegiate side this week. They've been running the mid-states for quite some time. Always a big appreciation to those folks. Holly Harris from Wichita State, Billy Murphy from Newman, very big in the coordination of this event, so a big shout out to them. Of course, to our host at North Rock Lanes, Frank and Kathy DeSocio and Brent Bowers always do a top-notch job. We talked quite a bit about that earlier during the women's block, so just want to continue to mention that along the way. So as we settle in here once again, probably going to be about a 6-hour block, so that's going to be cool and exciting as well. We'll get to see how this pattern transitions. But let's go ahead and get a rundown of some of the standings on the women's side. Through their 5-game block. Once again, 15 teams on the women's or in the women's field this weekend. And Wichita State really came together after a bit of a slow start. 906 out of the gates, but then they started cruising, posting games over 1,000 left and right. They finished with 5,032. They were the only team to average better than 200, and in doing so, they built up about a 280-pin lead over the rest of the field. So for those 16 Baker games tomorrow, Wichita State in position to potentially not have to worry too much. Still got to bowl well, but definitely are out in front and in great position here in the early going. They are followed in the standings by Midland. Once again, Wichita State was at 5,032, Midland at 4,750. So once again, that is the difference. 282 pins to be exact. Midland in second place. Oklahoma Christian had a strong finish in the final game to get to 4,670 and back into third place. Ottawa is fourth, 4,633, and West Texas A&M at 4,614 round out your top 5 from the women's block earlier today. So 1 through 5, Wichita State, Midland, Oklahoma Christian, Ottawa, and West Texas A&M. Looking a little bit farther down the standings, in 6th place, St. Ambrose, 7th, Baker University, 8th, Newman, 9, Iowa Western Community College, and in 10th place, Barton CC. So that is the team standings through day 1 on the women's side. Taking a look at the individual standings to help determine the all-tournament team as well. big 257 in the final game catapulted Madison Janik of Wichita State into the top spot in the standings. 1104 5-game total, which is a 220.8 average to earn top individual honors in the women's division. She is followed by Alexis Sledge of West Texas A&M. She finished at 1071. She was either first or second for the entire block, so very consistent bowling from Alexis. Hannah Jarrows from St. Ambrose moved into third place, 1,049 for her 5-game block. Sydney Hollinger, fourth place from Wichita State. Sydney finished with 1,042. And rounding out the top 5 on the women's side from Iowa Western CC, Marissa Kieran with 1,038. So a 207.6 average to make the top 5 through 5 games. Only one other player, Rebecca Loker from Ottawa, averaged better than 200 for 5 games. She was at 1,010 for her 5-game block in 6th place. So there are the individual standings to go along with the team standings. So Wichita State building the big lead, led by Madison Janik, who earned top individual honors. 2 shockers in the top 5 as well, as that was a absolutely vicious strike from Cameron Crow of St. Ambrose. We're going to talk a little bit about him coming up as well as we settle in, but we kind of got our rundown. We got our teams. We got some nice Trip 9 action going on, courtesy of Kansas. It looks like 27-28 back in business as well. So thanks to JT for getting that squared away for us here. So once again, folks, a big thank you for joining us here at the Mid-States Championships on Bowl TV. For our folks watching on Facebook, once again, a sneak peek, if you will, for game number 1, and then everything will transition over to bowltv.com. But an opportunity to create a login if you haven't done so already. Pick up a subscription for as low as $5.95 for a live event pass to watch the entire weekend's action. But that's what we're doing right now. So everyone settle in, get comfy. We got 5 games, some of the top collegiate programs in the country available for you to watch on Bowl TV. 5 channels of live coverage and a 6th one for commentary, guests, and more. So we certainly hope you enjoy it. So everybody sit back, enjoy as we settle in to the action here. St. Ambrose and Kansas getting things underway for us here at the Mid-States Championships on Bowl TV. Folks, if you're a fan of left-handers, St. Ambrose, going to be fun to watch here. Got some revs coming from the left side, highlighted by the 2020 U.S. Amateur Champion, who is getting ready to step up for the Fighting Bees on lane 23, Cameron Crowe, a freshman last year, now in his sophomore season. You want to see some pins dance? Watch this get near the 1-2. I was hoping for a cool strike there, so Cameron and I will have to talk after that. But a powerful young man, throws pins all over the place, and is now anchoring one of the strongest teams in all of USBC Collegiate. St. Ambrose was arguably the team to beat, according to this Humble Bowl TV commentator's opinion, heading into the postseason in 2020, highlighted by a great mix of upperclassmen experience and the young firepower from the young two-handed left-hander. But they have two other lefties in the lineup right now and a ton of talent still on the team heading into this season. So excited to see what they have to bring to the table. If you want to read an article about Cameron, that is available currently on bowl.com, written up by our good friend Matt Cannizzaro. It's part of our diversity and inclusion segments coming up over the course of 2021. So be sure to check that out. It's good to hear from Cameron concerning his preparation for this season and looking at a few other things as well. So be sure to check that out on bowl.com in the news section below. All right, as we settle in, game 1 of 5, once again, men's competition day 1 here at the Mid-States Championships. I'm Aaron Smith. I'm going to be bringing in Jason Thomas live from North Rock Lanes on site in the flesh. There he is, Jason Thomas.
How are you?
I'm excellent. I got a quick break in between the rounds here, and
did you get to eat?
I did. didn't go as great as yours sounded at AJ's. So,
What you eat?
well, a few of the options I was hoping to find in our pantry here had been taken since the last time I've been down there. So, a pepperoni hot pocket
Okay.
and some Doritos were the
Wow.
so if Valerie is listening to this, she's probably very upset at me.
Yeah.
So that would not be the ideal fueling solution, but for the time being, it worked. So I'm feeling good. I have energy. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I got some right now.
Okay. Well, that's the important thing, I guess, right?
Absolutely, you got to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, for sure. So I was kind of bummed when I saw the pattern. I was kind of hoping we were going to get to see the men get to play on the pattern that the women bowled on, the long, high volume pattern. Instead, we get a short, even higher volume pattern, which it's kind of fun to watch. I mean, we're not going to see the scores that we could have seen with that other pattern. In fact, Holly came by, Holly Harris, the coach of the women's team, and she was happy with the way they bowled, but she was like, man, we could have gotten so many more pins. There's so much nice hold in the middle part of the lane there. The men would have killed this pattern. It was pretty funny. So, but we'll have her on in a little bit. We can talk to her about the performance of the women's team. But what you're seeing on out of the gate on both sides is a lot of wild, crazy shots. A lot of gutter balls, a lot of missing the head pin on the opposite Brooklyn side, a lot of just wild misses. And that's what happens when you have a pattern that's on the shorter side with massive volume, because the massive volume confuses you into thinking there's not a lot of hook. But then as soon as the ball gets off the end of the pattern, which is short, it just jumps left. So, or right if you're a lefty, and we're seeing a lot of lefties here, in game one and in front of us. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, I would. What's funny is you really probably should be throwing urethane on this pattern, but because there's so much volume and the ball is squirting through the front so quick, a lot of players aren't going for it. But then the ball hits the back and it makes a duck hook. There's another gutter ball. It's just really fun to watch. Sorry, I mean, everybody likes watching a train wreck, right? But there is something out there, but it's not obvious to see what it is by watching where all these players are playing. They're all over the place.
It has kind of appeared to be that so far, at least looking from the right side. However, we have three pretty good lefties on the St. Ambrose team who are off to a pretty solid start so far.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, straighter is greater right now. Certainly that amount of volume, 33 mils. I mean, you almost never see that amount of volume. It gets your attention, and it can put the ball offline really quick if you don't have your angles in front of you. But the problem is, again, the ball's getting off the pattern quick, and as soon as it hits the back end, it's just going, left turn or right turn if you're a lefty. So, urethane, I think the misconception people have about urethane is that it doesn't hook a lot, and that's not true. It hooks plenty. It just hooks in a different spot than reactive. It hooks earlier, and so that is what you want on this pattern, because you need the ball to bite the front part of the pattern, and then not bite on the back once it hits that friction. So but we'll see. The other thing with urethane is it moves the oil down lane, whereas reactive just kind of takes it up off the lane and doesn't move it. So urethane on this pattern is going to make them it's going to make them get tighter much more quickly than reactive.
Well, I think that's that sounds for an interesting cross throughout the cross of, or over the course of the day. Then, essentially, especially with these teams crossing together over the course of this entire block, with the way it's working with social distancing and everything in place, the cross becomes, I think, pretty crucial, and who you're following can make today either really fun or really difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you see that one there. Our friend on lane 24 got the ball inside a target and missed the head pin running away. I mean, we used to joke around when I used to bowl juniors that, if you're a righty and you're picking off the 7 pin on your first shot, you should just quit bowling. But we may see a few picking off the 7 pin for a righty or picking off the 10 pin for a lefty, because you get too far inside on this pattern, and then you miss in. If you're trying to play in a little deeper and then you miss in, the ball's going to do what it happened on 24 there on that shot. So, but if you like seeing the ball go away from you, because they're so tight, you have to get away from the gutter. Otherwise, the ball will go just straight in the gutter because of the volume. And then the other thing that's complicating matters as well is that this place plays, the track is really where you want to play in this building. You don't want to try to play way out. Way out. It's not great here. The track is where you want to be. So the closer you can be to that track and just kind of square up on the edge of it, the better off you're going to be.
There we go. Some excellent insight on the pattern and the ever-changing fun provided by Collegiate Bowling Patterns. We're never at a loss for what these competitors have to experience throughout the course of just even regular season events. They constantly having to think outside the box and face new challenges. But I think that's the best preparation, though, moving forward, is once you see kind of a little bit of everything, you can begin to feel comfortable. And, of course, knowing how tough Nick likes to make them over the course of a year, just how much fun you can have, too, with it. But, yeah, this is it's interesting to see the angles in play. Usually that's the goal of the patterns often is to have multiple angles to attack it. And it seems like there is, but obviously you want to look long-term as well, and not get yourself and your team in too much trouble along the way either.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think what Cameron's doing is perfect. Where he's playing him right now is exactly where you want to be. The shot in the third, he missed a little bit left, and the ball almost made it back, and he just left a 3-pin. But you really want, if I was a right-hander, and I actually am a right-hander, but if I was bowling right now and I was playing on the right side, I'd probably want to play right around 8 without a lot of miss to the right, with either urethane or something very very smooth, something with surface and just play very direct. And you see what happens if you miss right at all, like we saw there on 23. You missed you almost. I mean, didn't hit the 3-pin.
Yeah, so we talked about a little bit with the last pattern how kind of essentially the gutter was at 10. With this being a few feet shorter but a few feet longer, where's that kind of virtual gutter,
6,
if you will?
6. You want to kind of just maybe, if you can play 8 to 6 and keep it in that little tube, that's where you're going to want to be. And if you want to, obviously they're going to move, so it's going to be interesting when they move. But if I was going to stay on this pair for 3 games, I'd want everyone throwing smooth reactive ball up 6, and then you just kind of cheat left as you go. Or you could go with urethane and play like 9-10 and try to build up some hold. Yeah, I was just, that had no chance. No chance.
Welcome back to bowling. Just like that. That's I know for some of these collegiate teams, this is their first opportunity to compete since essentially the end of the regular season in 2020. So this is I'm sure some nerves going along with it. Well, some anxiousness, but yeah, this is plenty challenging along the way too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so great about what Nick does. I mean, Nick Hoagland, he knows this surface. He knows how this place plays. He knows what the tendencies of a lot of the players are. They like to, a lot of them like to rip on it and get left and just throw it right. And you cannot do that on this pattern right now. It's going to make you. It's there's a nice frame there, 0-4.
Don't see too many of those.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. But he knows what's going to tempt these young men, and but you got to do what the lane is giving you. There's another gutter ball there on lane 20. It's just funny. A lot of wild and this isn't a flat pattern. I don't think. I mean, we don't have the opportunity to see the shape of it, but I'm sure there's some shape to it. But because of the characteristics of the center and what Nick was able to do with the pattern, he's able to kind of force you into a very distinct zone that will work. And then if you don't do that, you're just bringing incredibly low scores into play. I do think somebody's going to get this pattern and shoot some big scores on it. But it's always fun when there's a pattern that some people can get and everybody else has no idea what's going on. It's kind of fun to watch. It's not one of those patterns where kind of everybody averages 220 and someone averages 250, and it's kind of a pattern where someone's going to average 240 on it and a lot of people are going to average 140 on
it. Nice cover there by Nate Stubler from St. Ambrose on the split, but we were there you go. There's the love from the other team as well. But yeah, that's hopefully not too many 140s along the way, but yeah, that's kind of what's shaping up to be. And even thinking about the first squad and Wichita State, which kind of ran away with the lead, they were about in sixth place after game one, and then all of a sudden, kind of the pattern and the shape and the everything kind of fell into line for the Shockers, and then it was off to the races for the rest of the block. So
yeah,
I will be intrigued to kind of see the scoring pace here from game one, and then potentially see that next move to see, okay, it took a game, we had to see some, had some hardships along the way, but now all of a sudden it's off to the races.
Yeah, that shot right there on 24 is right where you want to be playing. That was perfect. Just very direct. Just give it away a little bit, but not too much, and kind of start the ball 10-12 out to 6-7. And obviously, if you're a straighter player, then you just square that up in that little tube and keep it in that same zone. Cameron's got a great line. He's a little bit further to the left, which you can get away with. My guess is this pattern's probably slightly asymmetrical again. But, yeah, see, I mean, if you... you get the ball going away, there's just no chance. No chance.
I believe the young man you were referencing bowling fourth for St. Ambrose is Brandon Dodge, one of the seniors on this crew. So that was an excellent shot from him. So we'll keep an eye out.
Cameron's anchor.
Yep.
They look similar styles though.
No. I don't think we're talking about the same person, JT. We got a right-hander and a left-hander we're talking about.
Okay.
The fourth bowler
who just threw that shot on 24, the lefty.
The lefty to wrap things up for St. Ambrose was Cameron Crowe.
Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
I was talking about Cameron.
Oh, no, I was talking about, you mentioned the right-hander right before him who absolutely aced that shot. That was Brandon Dodge.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that was not Cameron. I didn't know who it was, though. I know Cameron's game.
It's fast and furious and involves a lot of striking, which he's done so far, 5 out of 6 so far to kick things off here in game number 1. Now, one of the things I liked about the St. Ambrose team last year in looking at them make their way through the course of the season was the fact that they had some firepower on the left and the right side. So, I believe that's Jordan Monins, the leadoff bowler. I have the roster here. I'll just...
Yeah, I think Jordan was the one I was mentioning that kind of has a similar style to Cameron.
A little bit, yep.
Rate's not quite as high, but very similar style, and they could play the same part of the lane. And I would assume, your friend who picked St. Ambrose, obviously if these guys get lined up, and the right side's not great, missing that 8 pin's not going to help. But I could see them running away and hiding.
The firepower certainly there. It looks like a substitution already too, trying to figure this out. So that's all part of the ebb and flow of college bowling. So subs can come in throughout the course of a game, as St. Ambrose will bring a player off the bench. Their starter there in the second spot had some struggles, so making the change at Zach Denton, I believe.
That's a good. That was pretty close. I think just 3-1, 3-2 left, and that's good. That's going to work.
But yeah, that was that was one of the impressive parts looking at St. Ambrose last year, was not only the firepower available from the left side for a situation when the lefties can score. All of a sudden, you got 3 of them who are pretty good at it. Nate Stubler is a phenomenal bowler, past member of Junior Team USA, and Jordan's looked tough in a couple events here and there. But they really had a great depth on the right side as well. And one of those teams, you essentially can go 8 deep on an active roster, essentially for an event. That was a team that had 8 solid players at all times. So depending on what the pattern, what the lanes were giving the Fighting Bees, they always had options, which is not something that all programs have the ability to kind of roll out there from season to season. So that's part of the scariness of that team last year heading into the postseason.
The 8-pin just doesn't want to fall.
Well, you talked about that angle that they're creating from the shorter length of the pattern. So it is sparking out there. It's making its move.
Well, I certainly don't think that that would necessitate an adjustment. 7 pins, 8 pins, 10 pins. If you're a righty, they're fine. Just pick them up, keep hitting the pocket. They will settle. The lanes will settle a bit, and the board and a half to 2 boards that you might have if you're playing them correctly here in game number 1, it could certainly turn into 3 boards by middle of game 2, early game 3, and the good players, that's all they need to average 240.
Take a look at Brandon Dodge once again, stepping up on 23 next, looking for 4 in a row after an early miscue. As JT laid out, was that's how you want to see the pattern. That's how you kind of want to see the shape. Let's see if we can do it one more time.
Yeah, I think he's playing him exactly where you're supposed to. It's going to cross about 12. I was in a little bit, and that's why I went high.
JT, this feels like an episode of Bowling Explained right now.
Well, it's you watch enough bowling and you kind of get to see, and you also understand a little bit about how Nick Hoagland's mind works, and you know, you can start to figure these things out. You know, Brandon, he's playing the right part of the lane. You still got to execute, but you know, playing the right part of the lane when you're bowling on a Nick Hoagland pattern is job one. If you don't play the right part of the lane, you will have a hard time breaking 160 on something like this. But you get yourself in the right part of the lane, then, you know, 200 becomes doable. If you bowl a great game, you can shoot 240 or better. If you struggle a little bit, you just stay patient. You know the lane's going to come to you.
We'll have Cameron Crowe stepping up here on 23 in a moment. Once again, they are joined on the lanes by Kansas. So we said we got to spend a lot of time watching St. Ambrose last year, so got to know the team pretty well. They were on fire towards the end of the season, winning the final 2 Tier 1s.
Oh, man.
No 8-pin there.
He is impressive, man. He hasn't lost a step since the world shut down.
Yes, Cameron Crowe, a member of Junior Team USA and Team USA in 2021. So still a young gun out there. After that U.S. amateur victory in 2020, part of both teams, that carried over to 2021. So an opportunity for a couple camps, hopefully, in the summertime here or fall, or depending on when they're looking to have the Team USA and Junior Team USA camps at the ITRC. But a young man with a whole bunch of potential to strike a bunch. We got to see him. Kind of my initial introduction to Cameron was at the very first event we covered last season here on Bowl TV at the Midwest Collegiate Championships. All of a sudden, we're hearing about a freshman from St. Ambrose putting up a ton of strikes, making the all-tournament team. So that was kind of the initial introduction for me personally of what Cameron Crowe was capable of. And then, he did not disappoint after that.
Yeah, it's fun to, you know, when every great player, they have the moment when they were discovered, right? I mean, obviously Cameron's probably been at this a long time, and he probably feels like I've been pretty good for a long time. But, you know, you get discovered when you come to some of these events, whether it's Junior Gold or, you know, a collegiate event or team trials. And, you know, obviously he made a big splash last year at team trials. And then, you know, all of a sudden it was like, okay, we're Cameron Crowe now. And then you start to watch him a little bit, and it's like, this guy's the real deal. You know, he's legit.
100%. Got to spend a lot of time bowling Deandra's tour out in the Chicagoland area as well. So I know a lot of success at the EYTs, the Elite Youth Tour out there. So just another great, essentially, touring system out there for youth players as well to not only get the reps in against, solid fields, getting to bowl on tougher patterns, and, of course, along the way, getting to earn scholarship money as well. So shout out to Dee for all the hard work on the EYT and so many other folks who run the tours for youth players across the country.
Yeah, and that's, you know, really where I'm sure that's why Cameron, this is like no big deal to him, right? Because he's beating up on these kids in these other smaller tours, and then you just move up to the next level, and then you do it at the next level. And so it's just Chad Murphy calls it the ladder, right? The competitive ladder. And he's just climbing the ladder. And, you know, he's I think going to be dominant here in collegiate. He's going to have a great amateur career. Then I wouldn't be surprised to see him on a PBA show, you know, here in the next couple of years.
Nate Stubler looking to get the carry down here after the 8-pin last time, the ring 7.
he's a great young talent as well. It kind of reminds me of Rhino Page. Just very, head down, grinds it out, doesn't give anything away. Good spare shooter. Just a really good, solid young player. And I think he throws the ball the right way to be successful as a lefty at the highest level. There are certain things you really can't do as a lefty anymore if you want to be successful. And he plays the lanes the right way.
I really do like the comparison there to Rhino, because I can see some of those traits as well. And, Nate had a big win at one of Mike Flanagan's Inside Bowling events, the 2020 Ebonite Fall Classic. He won the title there against a strong field of not only young players, amateur, but professionals as well. We talked about some of the junior Team USA experience for him, but it's man, I love that comparison there because I see a lot of that. He's a shot maker. He finds ways to, just stay around the pocket, keep himself on the lanes, which is, sometimes the tough part when you got a team that's deep is that, if the coach sees another option, he may have to go to it if someone's not having a great look. But Nate finds a way to have a look consistently out there. And that's that is totally a Rhino Page trait that you see out on tour when he's competing. Is that sometimes when the other lefties are struggling, you just still see Rhino just finding ways to.
There's no give up in that guy.
Absolutely,
he just does not quit, and he runs it out to the end of he runs out to the first base every time. He doesn't he never tanks it.
We'll see if Cameron can keep it going here as we're already up to frame 8 here. It's cruising along, and there's a nice attempt there at the split by Kansas. But yeah, this young Cameron Crowe is fun to watch. Somehow did not strike.
Yeah, just he wasn't his best there, but he just keeps it in play. That's the thing. It's one thing to have all the power, right? But he threw a terrible shot there, and he just kept the good direction, kept it in play, and now he's going to have an easy spare to shoot. So that's your misses are more important than your best shots in bowling. If your misses are 7 pins, unfortunately missed there, but cross lane spares on a short pattern with a high volume are very tricky because there's so much volume. You think, okay, well the ball's just going to slide over there, and then you have a little bit of rev on it, like Cameron does. He doesn't take his hand out, in parlance. He still has quite a bit of revs on the ball on his spare shot, and it hits that end of the pattern, and it's gonna pick up. So those are tricky spares on this pattern. It's much easier when you're just kind of doing the Norm Duke dead end over end, shot where you don't really have to play the lane. But he'll figure that out, and he won't. He won't assume the ball will slide into the 7 pin. He'll get it over there for future attempts.
Still has a max of 246 out there with the 9th and 10th frame left to go. Folks, once again, if you're on Bowl TV watching, we appreciate it. That means you bought an event pass or have a monthly or annual recurring subscription. So we appreciate the support. If you're watching on Facebook, we just got 2 frames left before we move everything over to bowltv.com. So you can watch live for the rest of the weekend, $5.95. I know JT's order at Starbucks is about $6, so there you go. Get yourself a nice coffee or watch bowling all weekend long. So it's definitely a great thing to check out if you're interested in checking out Bowl TV. We currently have, along with this station on Bowl TV, we have 5 additional channels. Essentially 5 different pairs in play, including this one. We're pulling this literally straight from bowltv.com and we're watching it. You can follow your favorite teams across the center. So we get 10 teams showing at any time, which is pretty awesome, especially with some of these bigger fields in the collegiate. Get to see more players. And we get the opportunity to see these, great teams and great young players emerge in these situations. So a lot of great things to check out on bowltv.com. But, if you go the monthly or annual route, it's not only do you get the live events, you get access to the archived events. So all the replays. You get the opportunity to check out all the on-demand content from the Vault, which is historical content from, all the way back in the 60s to the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. We have the lab, our coaching hub, if you will, with some great stuff in there. The backstage channel, kind of all the behind-the-scenes stuff. So all that's available on bowltv.com with a annual or monthly subscription. So, if you're enjoying this kind of free sneak peek, head on over to bowltv.com, check it out. You might have to create a login if you've never done that before, but that's fast and easy. You have a few subscription options. It takes a couple of minutes to do, and you're all set. So please be sure to check that out because I know you guys want to hang out with JT and myself a little bit more. So that's that.
I think you had them going, and then you had to bring that part up. Ruin it.
Well, that's why you watch the other channel, so you don't have to deal with us. So
exactly. Well, I noticed, our I don't know the young man's name, but he came in as a replacement in the number 2 spot. He made that move, the little 3-board bump to the left, and struck. And so 3 shots. I mean, he threw 2 good shots, made an educated guess on where he wanted to play, and then made a little jump left and ball found the pocket. And now he's lined up. So that was a nice substitution there. And young man did a nice job of throwing a couple of good shots to give himself a good read. And then now he's lined up. So that was a good substitution there.
That's Zach Denton, who came in to fill in the 2 spot. So once again, coaches tend to bring 6, 7, 8 players, depending on how big the roster is, to events like this. And they can sub players in and out at any time. If you do make a substitution, though, that player who was subbed out cannot come back in until the next game. So that's just part of the collegiate bowling atmosphere, is that essentially for the players who are on the bench, you got to be ready to be, given the nod to come into the lineup at any time and be ready and find ways to stay ready throughout the course of the block. On the NCAA side, they have practice pairs where players can stay loose. That is something that is not part of the USBC collegiate side. So it's important to A, take advantage of that practice, B, communicate with your teammates, and then C, find the best way to be ready when your time to bowl is called upon.
That last split, saw he went high his last 2 shots, and I think he moved off of it and then caught a little bit of the OB because he opened up his angles. And I think what he needed to do there, the adjustment was either throw harder or go to a ball that was a little bit smoother to stay in that zone, because he was in the right zone, but after going high those last 2 shots, he moved left, and that put him outside of the right zone. So the ball actually squirted through the zone that he wanted to be in, and didn't have, it caught a little bit of that OB and ended up leaving the 210. So just stay square in that zone and find a way to keep the ball in that area, and you'll be fine. I'll be curious to see what he does when he gets up in the 10th.
Once again, we'll be ready for the 10th frame. Game 1 of 5. So we still have about another 4.5 hours or so of competition left to go here, maybe close to 5, before we're all said and done on the day here at bowltv.com for the Mid-States Championship. So, a great way to kick off the weekend. It's coming up on Saturday night now, I think. I never know what time of the day it is here in the Bowl TV studio, but it feels like we're getting closer to sun's starting to settle down. You're settling into your Saturday night plans and enjoying some Bowl TV along the way.
It stopped snowing.
Hey,
there's snow on the ground, but there's no more blizzard outside here in Wichita.
I don't think we had that in DFW today, so it stayed pretty warm for my brief time outside. So no snow, no blizzards here, but glad it slowed down a little bit there. Never. It seems like weather and college bowling go hand in hand sometimes. So it's hopefully it doesn't get too bad out there.
What's it going to be at the Hoosier? What are we going to get there in a couple weeks?
True story. This is an experience from probably about 8 years ago or so. Back when I was living in Northwest Indiana, I drove down to join Matt Cannizzaro at the Hoosier for the weekend. When I left, basically Chicagoland area, it was probably sunny and about 40 degrees. I drove for a little bit, started downpouring rain. I drove a little bit farther. It's only about like a 2.5, 3 hour drive to Indianapolis for the Hoosier.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden I went through a blizzard.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden I went through bright shining skies. And then finally I got there. It was snowing again, and it was like 30 degrees. But I feel I experienced all four
seasons.
All 4 seasons in that 2.5, 3 hour drive. So we've seen snow, we've seen cold, we've seen it all there at the Hoosier. So we'll see. It's been a while since I've seen snow, so that would be interesting. But obviously, whatever provides the safest travel for staff, competitors, athletes, coaches, and live streaming staff alike is what I hope to see out there.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It's coming up in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that definitely a great thing to mention. That'll be our next big event here on BowlTV.com. We have podcasts all week long. Available, just log in on the Bowl TV platform. The PWBA podcast on Mondays, Bowling Explained on Wednesdays, and Inside the OC on Thursdays. So be sure to add those to your calendar looking ahead. And, of course, sign up for the Bowl TV newsletter when you can. But the content keeps coming here as we settle into frame number 10.
So this substitution here, does that mean our leadoff bowler for St. Ambrose that has no chance in the individuals because a substitute came in and threw the final shot?
That's a great question. And that actually goes back to when you look at, some folks talk about averages in college bowling and how those don't translate necessarily to, keeping averages with other events, with re-rates and stuff like that. But essentially for this aspect, if whoever starts the game gets credit for the game. So we see 179 in the leadoff spot there for Jordan. He gets credit for that game, even though he didn't throw every shot. Same thing goes for the bowler in the number 2 spot who got substituted in the 6th frame. So even though he hasn't bowled the past 4 or 5 frames, he will still get credit for whatever the end of the game is. So if Zach is able to strike out, get to 157, that player will be credited with the 157. So that is part of the aspect. When you look at the all-tournament team for this, you essentially probably have to start to accumulate enough pinfall unless you have one of those crazy out-of-this-world, like 4-game runs. So that is the situation there.
Gotcha. It's kind of like when a baseball pitcher goes out of the game with the bases loaded, he's still responsible for the 3 runners. So when the next guy gets up and hits a grand slam, the guy that gave it up is only responsible for 1 of the runs.
That is correct. Yes, it's essentially the same idea. So in similar fashion, and I know our buddy Sean Walkner is watching, and I gave him a hard time about this last year when we were at the Leatherneck Classic. Essentially, that I got the short end of the stick on that once at the Leatherneck Classic, where I was having a rough time and got substituted out after like 7 frames, and then the player who came in for me did not perform well either. So our combined score at the end of the game was 132, I believe, and that was the only game I bowled. So that was the only score that was credited to me. and I ended up finishing dead last in the entire tournament, even though I only bowled 7 frames. So, so the good, the bad, the ugly with that sometimes. So I have that distinction at the Leatherneck Classic that I probably mentioned to Sean way too many times over the course of that weekend last year or in 2019. So, but yeah, those are some of the quirks of collegiate bowling.
Gotcha. Just scrolling the women's standings from earlier today. There's another gutter ball there on lane 23. They're not easy, I'll tell you. Zach finished the game with 146 there, and you saw he made a pretty good shot, the first shot in the 10th, off that adjustment where he kind of bumped 3 left, and I think he might have made a double adjustment. Made the adjustment and then also threw it a little harder because that first shot looked to be pretty well thrown, just maybe a little fast, and he rolled the 2-pin. And then his next shot, he's like, I'm not doing that again. And he yanked it left and went high. So they're not easy. Hopefully what I'm saying here doesn't make people think that, if you just play this part of the lane, they're easy. They're not. I mean, but you really do have to play there to give yourself a chance at 200 or better. And you have to make really good shots. But they will open up a little bit as we go. I would say by the middle of the next game, end of game 2, if you're playing the lanes properly, you should start to see a little bit of room to the right and the left.
And I think that'll be the interesting thing to follow with St. Ambrose. With the high traffic on the left side too. I believe 1 or 2 players from Kansas attacking the lanes from the left as well. So they'll see a little more wear and tear on that side than they're probably typically used to. Just in general, kind of looking at left-handers in college bowling. Like I said, not too many teams have 3 in the regular lineup, so they're probably used to it on their own. So potentially a little extra help, courtesy of Kansas, as we get to our final few shots here. But this is the time for the coach to keep players loose, keep players, just to see what they're doing out there. So we've seen some players come in to throw those shots just to kind of gauge the interest of to make sure they're. If you haven't thrown a ball in 10 frames and you watch everyone else, this whole game took about an hour or so. So obviously not having the repetition, want to make sure people stay loose, but also, if there's a spot or a player who's struggling, doesn't have the right look, doesn't have the right matchup, whatever it may be, that's why you want to take these opportunities to bring in these subs just to get an idea.
Yeah, and also anybody who's just watching Cameron and Nate just shot 209. Cameron can shoot 236. And just thinking, the left side's easy. Well, there are 2 lefties on the other team that couldn't break 140. So, yeah, the left side's not easy. Yeah, I mean, look at that. The ball almost went in the right gutter. Just shows you how important it is to keep the ball in the right place.
I heard a bowling ball crash, and then I heard laughter, and then I heard applause. Did you catch that, JT?
It was like 30 seconds ago in my life. So, I might have missed it. I'm 30 seconds ahead of you. So I'm having to keep my eye on the screen in front of me because I don't want to spoil it for anybody like I did at the Kickoff Classic.
You were the king of the...
I wasn't trying to, really. I really wasn't. It's just really hard when exciting stuff's happening right in front of you and you can see it to not say anything until 30 seconds later.
Well, cool things kept happening in those moments, so I don't blame you. You couldn't hold off. I enjoyed the anticipation after that, trying to think of what was going to happen next.
Watch this shot from Cameron. Just going to shred the rack. Oh.
So it's a chance to get to 236 for St. Ambrose. They got, looks like 947 still available out there. So, when you look at it, you kind of got to look at game ones out here as, similar to the Open Championships. You want to put yourself in position to continue to succeed, but you definitely don't want it to bury yourself in the first game to a point where all of a sudden you got to do some big things and find a bunch of strikes to put yourself in position to make a run. So you look at it, we of course we like seeing games where folks average 215 across the board, but based off of what we saw here with a very good St. Ambrose team, gonna guess this this 930 effort, 940 effort is gonna put them right in the middle of the mix. So
Sure.
it was a solid first game. They learned a lot along the way, got a few different players in there, and we'll see if they're the team that kind of puts it all together in game 2 and starts to make the run like we saw Wichita State on the women's side a little bit earlier today.
Yeah, I don't think you can be upset with 940 this game. They're hard. There are some low scores out there. We'll see them as we get the standings updated after game number 1. But yeah, 940 is nothing to be too disappointed about here in the early going. And like I said, if it's a little different for lefties, but I think if you're playing the right part of the lane on the right side, there's probably going to be some decent scores out there available, the last couple of games of the blocks, because I don't think you're going to see a lot of players trying to play way too far left like you do on a lot of patterns, where that really just kind of eliminates the ability to shoot big scores at the end of the block. I think even though we're seeing a lot of wild shots and a lot of weird stuff, nobody's playing, no one's trying to play fourth arrow right now. It's just not possible. So I think that'll help as the lanes transition, into the, like I said, by the end of game 2, you should be starting to see maybe a shot gets a little right and you go, uh-oh, and it kind of sucks up and strikes. You go, okay, I got a little bit of room now. I can breathe. I can shoot 240 if I just throw a good game, throw the ball nice for a full game. There could be some scores out there, and I'm sure there's some teams out here that are really working together on staying in that right zone, and they're all kind of got their eye open for when they see something they like, and they're scouting pairs out in front of them. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone shoot a big game, maybe even game 2 or game 3.
There we go, folks. Well, if you want to watch game 2 or game 3, only one place to do it, JT. That's bulltv.com. So for our friends watching on Facebook on the Sport of Bowling USBC page, we appreciate the chance to spend some Saturday night with you. But head on over to bulltv.com, pick up a subscription to watch the rest of the block here. Join the Bull TV chat. Have a good time as we continue to watch college bowling unfold here. 38 feet, 33 mils. They're having a blast out there. Look at it. So, folks, if you're already on bulltv.com, we thank you. We'll be right back with game number 2. We already have our teams begin to move into place, but we're going to go ahead and take a quick second to shut down Facebook. So head over to bulltv.com, check it out. JT and I will be here all night. So feel free to join us, spend some time with us as we're just chatting about college bowling. All right, we got some final announcements here. JT, we're going to let you go.
I'm going to go get you a couple fun interviews, Aaron Smith.
All right, I like the sound of that.
All right.
Jason Thomas, everybody. All right, so folks, as we said, and once again, we're going to be starting up game 2, but we're going to take it down for just a quick second to get ready to make the switch over to bulltv.com only. So once again, folks, if you're watching on Facebook, bulltv.com, it's the place to be right now. Check it out. Head on over. Get a subscription as low as $5.95 to watch the Mid-States Championships all weekend long. But folks, we'll be right back. Game number 2 of 5 coming up next here on Bull TV. And remember, folks, on Bull TV, bowling lives here. We'll be right back. Hello again, everybody. Game 2 of 5 here for the men's field at the 2021 Mid-States Championships, their traditional qualifying block underway. Game 2 now upon us as we welcome Baker University and Iowa Western Community College to lanes 23 and 24. Baker is going to be in the orange, Iowa Western in the blue. Oh, excuse me there. And as you can see at the bottom of the screen, we do have scores available. So, Jason and I talked a little bit about scoring pace. Didn't imagine we'd see anything too crazy. And for the most part, pretty subdued scoring pace here in the early going. One team did eclipse 1,000. That was Wichita State. They got to plus 12 in the opener, 1,012 in game 1 for the Shockers. Kansas Wesleyan sits in second place, 953, tied with Newman. So they are tied there for second and fourth place. St. Ambrose, who we watched last game, 937, right there in the mix. Midland University rounds out the top 5 with 925. Going a few spots down the way, Baker University, who we're watching now, in sixth place at 857, so a little bit of a drop-off there. Iowa Western Community College, who we're also watching, in seventh, 840. Barton CC at 815. Central Missouri at 813. Drury at 807, rounding out the top 10. Iowa Central CC at 786. Ottawa at 780. Lincoln 765. Oklahoma Christian 763. and then Dallas Baptist, Kansas, and Peru State. So 17 teams in the men's field on the varsity side. So, we saw just 5 teams above 860. So they're definitely playing tricky out there, playing tough. Shot making, especially here in the early going, very important as we take a glance at those scores. So once again, just one team over 1,000, Wichita State at plus 12. The rest of the top 5, Kansas Wesleyan and Newman, tied for second with 953, St. Ambrose 937, and Midland 925. Your top 5 after game number 1. Taking a look at the individual scores, currently the top player is actually looking at a few of the scores. It looks like 4 of the top 5 part of the junior varsity squads. So that's something to keep an eye out for. St. Ambrose's Corey Roth, 264. Nathan Mercer of Kansas Wesleyan, the lone varsity player in the top 5 at 243. And then Richard Paul III for Wichita State's JV team, 243 as well. Tanner Vogel from Newman's JV team, 232. And then David Hayes from Wichita State's JV team, 230 out of the gates. So some pretty big scores courtesy of the JV kids competing this week. Cameron Crow, we watched in game 1, 226 from St. Ambrose in 6th place. Bryce Stevenson from Kansas Wesleyan, 215. Cameron Hurwitz from Wichita State, 215. Isaiah Bautista from Midland, 214. And then Briley Howe and Jacob Schuster, 213 from Wichita State and Iowa Western CC, rounding out the top 10 in the individual standings. So we can see those rolling on the bottom of the screen as well, courtesy of JT. So I'm curious at some of those. And there we go, 1040 and 1029 from Wichita State and St. Ambrose's JV teams. So some big scores from the junior varsity squads, but only one team above 1,000 so far here in the early going. So we'll keep an eye mostly on the varsity. We will catch some junior varsity teams throughout the course of the competition here with just the way the pairs are skipping. So we'll keep an eye on them. Get to see them throw a couple strikes along the way too. But we got scores rolling. We got the updates. We got Iowa Western and Baker on the lanes right now. And just taking a look around. Let's see, where are we going to take a look around at? The other pairs currently in play here on BowlTV.com. Once again, if you're watching on desktop or laptop, the channel options are below the video, MSC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If you're on a mobile device, it's in the top right-hand corner of the 4-box window pane. But over on lanes 15 and 16, which is MSC 1, we have Ottawa and Barton County CC. On MSC 2, which is lanes 19 and 20, Central Missouri and Wichita State. As we mentioned, we're currently watching MS3 here on the MSC main channel with Baker and Iowa Western. Over on MSC4, that's going to be the teams we just watched, St. Ambrose and Kansas over there on MSC4 on 27 and 28. And then on MSC5, we're going to have Kansas Wesleyan and Midland available to watch here in game 2. So that's the lineup to kick things off here. Game 2 fully underway. We got scores rolling. We're doing cool things. So we'll sit back and let you enjoy as we hit the halfway point. We're cruising right along here during our men's day 1 action at the 2021 Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. So we're going full screen once again. And we'll be back with more here shortly on Bowl TV. Hello again, everybody. Welcome back. Game 2 of 5 here for men's competition on day 1 from the 2021 Mid-States Championships over at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. I'm Aaron Smith, coming to you from Arlington, Texas, and the Bull TV studio at the IBC campus. Jason Thomas available, doing cool things from North Rock Lanes in Wichita. He's our man with the plan, has been making sure the cameras are up and running, offering sideline reports, talking oil patterns, doing all the cool stuff. So we appreciate JT for taking care of business there as we get to the back half here of game 2. We ran through the standings. You can see them scrolling at the bottom of the screen. For the folks who are wondering about the minus and the plus scores, essentially in bowling, if you shoot a 200 game, that's considered an even game. 201 is plus 5, or excuse me, 205 is plus 5. 195 would be minus 5. So for a traditional game, 5 players, essentially 1,000 is even par for the game. So we only see one team that was plus that game, Wichita State plus 12. So they shot 1,012. And then we see 2 teams at minus 47. They both shot 953. So it's a little bit quicker, easier way to kind of keep track of where folks are in the standings. So if you got any questions about that, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we'll go over them some more. But in case you were wondering, on the scoring system there, scrolling below, but definitely want to take a look back and go to the 2019 Mid-States Championships and run through some of the scenarios as we, once again, we talked about it a little bit earlier today, as we're going to go back to the full screen view, that the tournament format a little bit different here in 2021 compared to what we had in 2019. For the event this weekend, 5 traditional games Saturday and 16 Baker games Sunday, with total pinfall determining the champion in the men's and the women's division. When we had this event last year, or last season, I should say, in I believe October of 2019. The Saturday portion was 6 traditional games, followed by 20 Baker games Sunday, and then 8 teams advancing to bracket play. They were all best of 5 Baker matches. So, we talked a little bit about the women's side during the women's block earlier today. Kansas Wesleyan winning its first Tier 1 event all the way from the 8th seed. That was pretty exciting. On the men's side, Hastings, who was the number 7 seed after qualifying, moved all the way to the title match and ended up collecting the victory. Hastings along the way defeated St. Ambrose and Midland to get to the title match. They took on Newman, so obviously one of the hosts here this week, Newman and Wichita State. For Newman, they defeated Mount Mercy and Baker to earn their spot in the title match. Baker was the 8th seed and knocked off Wichita State, the top overall qualifier, in the 5-game Baker bracket format. So a little bit different format, but plenty of excitement still to be had, even without the bracket this week. So we'll be keeping track of teams as they kind of roll through. We'll see if, on the women's side, we saw Wichita State put some distance between themselves and the rest of the field. We'll see how it looks on the men's side after a few more games. We'll definitely have a better picture as we get later into the block. But, folks, I want to take some time as we get to the back half of Game 2 here to talk about a new website for all you college bowling fans out there. If you've gone to collegebowling.com, you've probably seen a message, collegebowling.com, the longtime home of college bowling, on the web, put together by Carl Nicolai, one of the great individuals in collegiate bowling, and a great individual for bowling as well, with all the time and effort and dedication he's given to the sport. But you see a message now that it's moved over to a different place. Collegebowling.bowl.com is the new site to kind of follow along in a similar format to what we had on the old collegebowling.com. So a lot of the same functionality that you got used to, results, upcoming schedule, rankings, teams, players, all that available for not only this season, but past seasons as well. So folks, we definitely want to encourage you to check it out. Make sure you're keeping up to date with the collegiate season through collegebowling.bowl.com. It'll be a great resource as more and more teams get their season going. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the broadcast, for some of these programs, this is their first competition in nearly a year. So some schools have been underway already. The USBC collegiate season officially kicked off in January after being postponed for a couple months due to the pandemic, but it is back. Plenty of action this week. I believe the number of events going on across the country, 12 this weekend alone. So it is great to see collegiate bowling back in the each and every weekend. This is what we got used to last year. Almost every weekend with Bowl TV covering collegiate events. So we're getting back into the thick of that too. We were at the Prairie View A&M Invitational last week, an NCAA event. In 2 weeks, we'll be at the Hoosier Classic. So even though that'll look a little different as well, it's going to be in 2 centers, multiple events throughout the course of the week. But I'm sure the same Hoosier Classic excitement we've seen over the years and something the competitors can speak to. Probably the same challenging oil patterns, courtesy of Nick Hoagland, because that's what Nick likes to do. But that's kind of what's coming up next for us here on Bowl TV. We're looking to add a few more as well. So once information becomes available about those, we will do our best to get the schedules updated and get that information out to the good folks and big fans of college bowling. So we are looking forward to that as we work our way toward postseason play. Once again, the end of the regular season is going to be end of March 28th, the final opportunity for teams to collect points and try to earn a spot at one of the 4 sectional locations. Those are going to be staying the same this upcoming year as far as locations go. Team does advance, they'll be heading either to Smyrna, Tennessee, Dallas, Texas, Addison, Illinois, or Stratford, New Jersey. So once again, the same locations we've had on the schedule for the past couple of years. Those dates are going to be April 17th and 18th, 2021. And then essentially 2 weeks after that, it's going to be time for the ITC and ISC. Going to be early May for that. So that's what we have kind of looking ahead on the schedule as far as collegiate bowling is concerned here on Bowl TV. But folks, remember, check out collegebowling.bowl.com, the new one-stop shop for all things college bowling. Of course, for history and more forms, whatever you need, bowl.com/collegiate. And the best place to watch college bowling all season long, bowltv.com. All right, with the 9th and 10th frame to go here on 23 and 24, we're watching Baker and Iowa Western Community College. Both teams in the top 10 after game 1, looking to find a little bit more here in game 2. We're going to bring Jason Thomas back into the fold here on Bowl TV. So from North Rock Lanes, there he is, folks, Jason Thomas.
Yeah, I got an update, Aaron. They didn't open up this game. This is a nasty, wasty oil pattern. it makes you want to do exactly what you shouldn't do, which is you see the ball hook and you want to get away from the hook, and you got 33 mils that you're throwing away from because you're trying to go away from the hook, and then the ball never hooks. And it's just fun. It's just nasty to watch. and the problem is, I had mentioned, hey, you just hang out there, play around 8, 9, 10, 11, right in that little zone, and don't throw it past right of 6. And you want it to open up, and they're not easy. They're not easy. I mean, if you play there, that's your best chance, and 190 is a good score. But after about 2-3 games of this, you want them to start opening up a little bit. You want to start looking for some room, and there just isn't any room. So it's just going to be really fun to watch, to see how patient the better players can be and the better teams can be. It's just kind of grinding out 950s and 970s and being okay with it, because if you all of a sudden look up and say, we got to shoot 1100, that's going to bring 800 into play. Yeah. So it's just a real it's kind of like psychological warfare just watching them play this pattern. It's actually a lot of fun, even though I'm sure the players aren't thinking it's all that much fun.
It's funny how that works on Bull TV sometimes with these collegiate patterns, and that Nick Hoagland influence potentially causing, for us, it's interesting to see the thought, the game plan, the execution, all that on these. But yeah, we never have to bowl on them though, so that's the advantage to us, is that we don't have to go through that psychological warfare, as you called it.
Well, the other thing
with our own bowling equipment.
It's kind of like, that we're going to get to watch the Super Bowl tomorrow. And, and what happens in football is the team gets behind, they start throwing every down, and they start airing it out. And then it can very quickly turn into a rout. And so that's kind of what happens here. You shoot 820 the first game, and you look up and you say, we're 200 pins back already. We need to shoot 1100. And then that brings another 800 into play. So it's just because you have to be patient on this pattern and play them in the right part of the lane until they break down. And because there's so much volume, it takes a lot longer for them to break down. So it's devious, very devious. Well done, Nick.
And the patience aspect of it is something I think is, something potentially that, it's tough in this environment because, for multiple reasons. They're younger players, so patience is occasionally a virtue and something that comes with age. So I'm sure the aggressiveness is still there from the players in wanting to find a way to throw more strikes, because that's in their nature. That's what they want to do. That's why they laced up today, was to toss some strikes out there. But for a coach, that's got to be one of the things that's got to be tough to get across, is that if you're saying, hey, we just want to maintain the 1-3 right now, leave your 10 pin, leave your 7 pin, pick it up, move on to the next one. Just give it time. It's going to come to us. Making sure that all the players have that same message is a whole nother trick with that too. And just making sure no one's revving the gas a little bit too much and trying just to manage the ebb and flow of this block as it looks like it's going to be.
Yeah. And it really feels like, Wichita has the right mentality. And it's interesting, if you look at the chemistry of the team, there are two guys maybe that are kind of spark plugs, but the rest of them are pretty like low key, very, very, like Cameron Hurwitz, just a really smart kid, understands. I mean, if you ever talk to Cameron Hurwitz about bowling, you realize he's got about as much knowledge as, a seasoned tour player, and he's not going to get too excited, not going to get too crazy, and he's going to play the lanes the right way. And so, that team seems like they've got 3-4 guys that are just, and there's another 5 or 6 down in the JV that are ready to take their places if one of them happens to slip off. But, it's just a really and their coach Rick Steelsmith, just very stoic and goes about his business, and learned from Gordon Vatican, who is also the same way. And it just seems like they are tailor made for what we're seeing out here to bowl on right now.
Yeah, I think that's and you mentioned that team certainly has some folks who bring some fire. Brandon Biondo, he is one individual who is fun to watch when he's throwing strikes in big moments for his team. But he's that veteran presence as well, and knows the rigors of a season, knows the rigors of an event. So I know they're going to be coming to lanes 23 and 24 for next game. So excited to see, kind of what they're doing out there, what we've seen already based off of that. But yeah, that's a fun mix though. Adding Cameron Hurwitz, who a past junior gold champion, a past runner-up at junior gold, and as you mentioned, him and his brother, and they're doing cool things in bowling regardless. And it's gonna be fun to watch. We've been watching Cameron now. We talked about getting to meet players for the first time. We got to see him first in 2015 at Junior Gold, making the U12 show. So now it's 6 years later. Here he is finally in college. So this is kind of fun and exciting in that aspect as well, to watch a player kind of progress through the Junior Gold ranks and see the skills, see the talent level. And now it's a brand new platform for a young player to perform at.
Yeah, no, you hit it. And we talked about that with Cameron Crowe, kind of moving his way up the ranks. We talked about that with Richard Paul, who you talked to earlier on the show today during the women's qualifying round. And Richard shot 243 the first game. So he was, right up there with the top scores, and he's not even bowling the varsity.
Yeah, that's I suppose that's a good problem to have if you're Coach Steelsmith, is knowing how strong the talent pool for the team is moving on at those other levels. Players and they get to work, they get to learn throughout the course of that as they progress their way up to the varsity squad.
Yeah, and it tells you a lot about the kids too, because Richard Paul could be starting on varsity at any school in the country, and the fact that he is willing to do what he needs to do to go through the program because he wants to be at Wichita State. That's why they have a great program. They get kids that, that understand that. And if they don't, the kids leave, and, they get the kids that they want. And so it's just, they built their program around, a philosophy rather than the other way around, and it really works. It's really proven itself over the years.
Yes, the 20 championships over the course, or between the men's and the women's programs, certainly attest to that. And that was an interesting part of the conversation as well earlier today with Dasha Kovalova, who joined us during the women's squad, which was just a fantastic conversation as always with Dasha. But I asked her about the legacy of it all, because now, when you look at the players who are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, who are going to progress through junior gold, going to progress through USA bowling, progress through high school bowling, junior team USA, whatever it is, and eventually are going to continue that Wichita State program because it's Wichita State, is that, she has that legacy now with that program where, the way, you and I might look at Rick Steelsmith and remember what he did for that program in the late 1980s. For Dasha, 10 years down the road, there's going to be kids who are going to be looking at her the same way, thinking about, wow, Dasha Kovalova, wore this, these same colors for this jersey. And now this is something I get to be a part of as well. And I think, when we talked with RP3 earlier, it definitely had that sense of feeling, knowing that this is, it means a lot just to wear that jersey and be a part of that program and that history and what it means. And, obviously the paths from the players on those squads have gone all different ways. But you look at the success, you look at on the men's and the women's side, it's just so impressive to see the talent pool that comes from that. And I think the thing these players find out too is the time and effort it takes to do that. So that's a big shout out to all of them as well. Just trying to, join that fraternity, if you will, and just experience what it is to be a shocker.
Yeah, it's interesting. One of the things that, obviously Chad Murphy from this area and, executive director of the USBC, and, he was very, active in this community and understood, what it meant to be, a Wichita State player. And, the thing that he has brought to USBC is that, sometimes we do things at USBC and, we don't quote unquote win, whatever that means. We'll go through a process and we'll do something, and maybe at the end of the day, it won't be the outcome that we want. But Chad will say, "Hey, you should sleep well because you went through the process, and even though it didn't turn out the way you wanted it to, it was good process." And so, that's what they have here at Wichita. They have a great process. They don't bend the process for any player, no matter how talented the player happens to be. And like I said, sometimes players don't like that. They'll come to Wichita because they think it's for them, and then they realize this isn't for me, and they leave. But Wichita still does fine without them. And so, the reason they're such a great program is because they have that great process in place, and they still get the great players too.
Absolutely. 861 in the books for Iowa Western Community College, 815 for Baker University here in game 2. We will get to see Wichita State coming up next, along with Central Missouri here on 23 and 24. JT, how are we looking across the house there right now as far as I know we're all moving at the same time. So
yeah, there really aren't any. There's maybe one pair that's just starting the 10th frame. So it's not like, one pair is in the 6th. So I think we're in pretty good shape.
That's okay. It seems like we're moving a little bit quicker, this squad as well. So they've gotten through the first 2 games on a relatively good pace so far. So
yeah, especially considering the scores.
Considering the scores, yes, they have been tough for sure. So, but with that, we might switch to another pair. As I know we got St. Ambrose and Wichita State around. Any one of them better fit for right now to switch to?
St. Ambrose has a full 10th frame left on 27-28. So they might be the best. Wichita's almost done. They've only got 2 more players to go in the 10th frame.
All right, we'll go ahead and switch the screen over to 27 and 28. So we'll take away the bowling screen, and we'll just have me and JT up here chilling for a moment as we switch back over to the next channel here. So everybody hang tight as we do that.
And the other thing, just to hit back on our Wichita State, we'll bring Holly Harris in here for the next game. She can talk a little bit about the program and some of those things that I mentioned and why it's so great. And we also are going to keep Brent Bowers in our back pocket, someone who's also from the program and also does a great job here running this facility here in Wichita. So.
All right, so another look here at St. Ambrose and Kansas, as they do have, as you mentioned, the 10th frame left to go. It looks like a pretty steady effort for St. Ambrose this game. Doesn't seem like a ton of strikes, but it seems like a lot of spares being made, filling frames, just a few opens up there overall. But yeah, speaking to the toughness of this pattern and what we've seen so far, it's this is one of those games where you're potentially going to walk away from it being like, man, that felt like a lot of work, but we'll be okay with the final result, with the final tally there, as they can get to right around 1,000.
Yeah, that's actually a huge game. Like I said, the last game, I thought maybe there was a chance towards the end of this game they would start to open up a touch, but boy, I'll tell you, looking at the scores, that certainly doesn't seem to be the case. And, the problem is it's team. You got to have 5 players that are willing to commit to being patient, and that's really tough to do. It's one thing for one player, to commit to it, but, for 5 different players to, commit to, hey, I missed a little left and I missed a head pin left. I need to move left. And for everybody to say, no, you need to stay where you are. Just don't throw it that bad. it's tough to do. It's embarrassing to miss a head pin left, and you want to get away from, the friction so that you don't do that again. But that's the worst thing. That's exactly what Nick wants you to do, is play him wrong.
No, that patience, that commitment, we kind of mentioned a little bit earlier, reminds me a lot of the Open Championships. And obviously, this is this pattern a little bit different than what we've historically seen at the Open, with considering the volume out there. But I think the patience part of it has been key, with as tough as they've been the past couple of years. Is essentially, teams have grown to become, and these are the best teams in the nation, are happy with shooting 980, 1,000 in game one, because they know if they stick to their plan, stay patient, and give what the pattern is wanting to get, then all of a sudden, once it's time to take to not be so patient anymore, get aggressive. Hopefully the work done is going to just allow big things to happen on the lanes. And then all of a sudden, that's when people start striking, as we get a messenger there. That was pretty nice. But yeah, it reminds me a lot of the Open in that aspect of it, of just needing to have patience to let them open up, to get to a spot to where all of a sudden you can throw some strikes.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. And, not moving 20 left because, you missed the head pin on one shot. That's just going to compound your problems.
Also something frowned upon at the Open Championships if you're working with a team. So just,
yes.
Folks, if you're going in a couple of months, don't do that to your teammates. Play ball with them. It goes such a long way.
It does. It does. It's crazy how far it goes when you've got, a team that works together versus 5 individuals.
It's a chance for Nate Stubler here up on lane 27. He had the messenger last time. Going to get another mixer there. He's going to be in the 220s. Yep. Nice
game. And especially to finish these games off with strikes. That's always a big deal. When you watch the pros, they are always looking to finish games off with strikes, because they figure, I've had 6 shots to look at it. I should have this pair figured out and finish these games off. And when you talk to the pros after their blocks, the thing they will always talk about is how they finished off the games. I finished the games off with 4 doubles and 1 mark, or I opened 3 of the 6 games in the 10th frame. I cost myself 120 pins. Finishing these games off strong is a big deal when it comes to keeping yourself in contention.
I think that's a great point as well, when for that very exact same conversation that we have after a block at the Masters or the U.S. Open. When players talk about taking advantage of it, and this goes back to the patience part of it, is over the course of a block, an 8-game block, a 9-game block, whatever it might be, at some of these events, you don't necessarily hear them talk about the 180s and the 190s too much, but if they shoot 220 on a pair that they had a 250 look on, that's when you hear the frustration come out. That's when you hear it, is that for those players, you can have patience for so long, but when you have the look, you have to take advantage of it. There's no getting around that at that level. And we're potentially seeing that at the end of this block as well, with the patience paying off for 1 or 2 of these teams to be able to get aggressive and put up an 1100 and 1150, whatever it may be.
Yeah. When you talk to the pros after they finish a block, they talk about 2 things. One is the score in relation to how well they feel they bowled. I scored better than I bowled, or I scored worse than I bowled. And then the other thing is how they finished off the games. And they never talk about it if they finished off every game with a double. They won't talk about that. They'll only talk about if they didn't finish the game off, because they expect to throw a double in the 10th every game. So those are really the 2 things you're going to hear. You're not going to hear my carry was bad. That's kind of something amateurs talk about. The pros are going to talk about how they scored in relation to how well they feel like they threw it, and how they finished the games off.
Some good stuff there, JT. We're bringing it all back around here. Collegiate bowling leading the way to professional bowling. And everyone's got the same problems.
Well, St. Ambrose, they got a good chance here to, pull out a solid score, high 900s.
Yeah, the opportunity to be pretty close to that, chance to maybe sneak out 1,000. But I think this is one of those games, and I always love this comparison when talking or comparing basketball to bowling, even though they don't have very much in common most of the time. But this is a game I feel like Tom Thibodeau would be excited about if he was the coach of St. Ambrose, because he's a no-nonsense, defensive tough guy, grind it out, find a way to, work your butt off, in so many words, to put together a decent effort. And you know what? There's not a lot of strikes up there for St. Ambrose. And, obviously that's the goal. But they're filling frames. They're grinding. You see just a few opens up there. And I think that's the type of game we're kind of looking at here where, maybe the players, it's tough out there. So hopefully, they realize this is a good game. But if I'm the coach, I'm saying, guys, that was one heck of a fight right there to get to, 1,000 or 990 or whatever it's going to be, is because they're fighting the whole way up there to have 1-200 game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the thing that I've found is that when you do fight these things out and you just keep grinding it out, that eventually they do open up and the world opens up for you and you shoot some big scores. They're tough when, guys throwing a spare ball 100 miles an hour up the middle to make a 5-pin. So they're not easy by any stretch of the imagination. But, if these kids are going to, pull out a good game here. And, when they open up, they're going to hit them because they're sharp.
They are certainly getting, depending on how much they've bowled leading up to this. Yes, this is definitely some great on-the-job training for shot making. So they have been put to the test here in the early going. But another nice game is going to be in the books here. Let's see what no problem on the spare there. So essentially going to be 980s and change. So very, very happy with that. If I'm Coach Eric there.
Absolutely.
And I don't hear too much pinfall left anymore. So I think we'll be a pretty quick transition into game 3.
Everybody's done. Just one more ball on one pair. Anchor bowler has one fill ball and we'll be moving.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for game 2. So game 3 going to be coming up next. We're going to go back to 23 and 24, watch Wichita State and Central Missouri. Wichita State had the early lead after 1, but we'll have an update on standings as well for you very shortly here as we take a look at the men's squad and things sort of begin to develop here on this tricky 38-foot pattern with 33 mils for the volume. So, JT, we'll let you get back at it, and we'll settle in for game number 3.
All right. It's a lot of fun. Keep watching. It's devious.
Devious
stuff.
Let's go. I like it. All right, folks, we'll go ahead and switch back to the main station here, 23 and 24. So everybody bear with us. We'll take another look inside the Bull TV studio. We still got the scroller going for you, but it's about time for teams to begin moving around the house once again for social distancing purposes. All teams moving at the same time. Oh, excuse me. That's why we only have, the buffer pairs in between each pair as well. So, and you can hear the announcements starting now. So we're going to have our basically move time to move to the next pair. So we'll see Wichita State and Central Missouri coming up next here on Bull TV. So everybody hang tight. We're watching the Mid-States Championships from North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas coming up next here. We still got a couple games to go. So sit back, relax. We're watching college bowling here on Bull TV over the weekend. Check it out, folks. We'll be right back.
Once you arrive at your pair and you're ready to go, you're good to start bowling. Good luck in scoring.
Hey, don't pull yet.
Hello again, everybody. We are into game 3 of 5 here for men's competition day 1 at the Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. I'm Aaron Smith with Bolt TV and USBC Communications. And we do have a score update after game 2. You see them scrolling across the bottom. We're going to run through them real quick here. Wichita State continues to lead, but, we didn't see a crazy big game in game 2. So kind of what we talked about with JT before. This is kind of like the heavyweight fight, trying to feel out the first few rounds until you got an opportunity to start throwing haymakers on this 38-foot pattern a little bit later into it. But Wichita State continues to lead and they're still the only team on the varsity side to shoot over 1,000 so far. 952 in game 2. They're at 1964. And just 44 pins ahead of St. Ambrose, who had 983 last game. Taking a look at it on the varsity side, 983 was the big number. Looks like only 4 teams broke 900, so they definitely did not get any easier in game 2. But that big 983 for St. Ambrose moves them into second, 1920. Midlands in third with 1881. Kansas Wesleyan, 1839 in fourth. And Newman rounds out the top 5 with 1821. A bit of a drop off after that to 6th place, Iowa Western CC at 1701, Oklahoma Christian at 1685, Baker University 1672, Barton CC at 1622, and then Drury rounds out the top 10 with 1617. So we are watching our tournament leader here, Wichita State, in game number 3. Looking at Central Missouri, they're currently in 12th at 1579. So that is the look at the men's standings after 2. Scoring pace dropped off for JV as well. We mentioned a few big games from Wichita State and St. Ambrose's JV teams. They dropped a little bit as well, but Wichita State on the JV side, a 10-pin lead over St. Ambrose, 1965 to 1955. And going to the individual standings, looks like 444, the number after 2. RP3, the milkman, Richard Paul III, who's bowling on Wichita State's JV team, leading the way, 243, 201. Nate Stubler, who had that nice 222 last game for St. Ambrose, has been consistent, 431 for him. Justin Aboud for St. Ambrose's JV team moved into 3rd, 430. Chris Yadeau from Midland, another past member of Junior Team USA, had 245 last game to get to 424. And then Brandon Biondo, the anchor player here for Wichita State, currently in 5th overall with 423. So those are your top 5 scores. So it looks like a total of 13 players who are even or better individually after 2 games. So there's the rundown of the scores. We got them scrolling as well right beneath the screen here. So we just want to get you that update as we settle into game 3. About a halfway point for the day. We're cruising right along here on this 38-foot pattern. 33 Mills and Jason Thomas joining us once again. JT.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys are watching closely at home, but Wichita just made the big jump left. Moved way in, and it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good to me. But you know, they waited 2 full games before they did it, and they all did it at the same time, like birds flocking together, right? Flying all together.
Is this a flying V situation that we're
flying V? Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a Mighty Ducks reference in. This is a good day.
Or you could do the Jurassic Park reference, you know, like animals trying to evade a predator. They all flock together, right? So, but they're the predator.
And we'll see them attack it here in just a moment. But yeah, we started to see some strikes there in frames 2 and frame 3. But you kind of talked about this, JT. You thought sometime in game 2, maybe game 3, we'd see the first jump, and Wichita State not afraid to open up the lane a little bit too, as that one actually looked even a little bit farther left than 4th arrow.
Well, it seems like since Alec Keplinger was the first player to jump, and then everybody else followed, and I think they've only missed a pocket once or twice between them since. And so, I mean, how many times have you seen a team go 3 frames only missing the pocket once or twice, Aaron, since we've started the competition here today?
It's been few and far between. So few and far between. So it's been tough, but and this is Alec right here, and that one runs a little bit high, but yeah.
The key is you got to get it right pretty steep. And so it's very counterintuitive to the way you were playing them the first 2 games, where you didn't want anything steep at all. You just wanted to be up the lane. And so now you have to get the ball going right, because it's a short pattern. And so when you jump that far left, if you're trying to play hold, there's no hold because it's a short pattern. You've got to get the ball going right. But they jumped far enough right to where now they're hitting some of that track that burnt up. You remember the track is very predominant here. It's a very high friction surface. So they had to get far enough left that they could just point the ball away from that short pattern and get it right very quickly. And so now they're doing that. Alec went high there, but it wasn't like he missed way left, but it wasn't like the ball picked off 3 off the left, right? He missed way left and it just went high like it normally should do. But you see how steep that angle is.
That's Brandon Biondo, folks.
Gives it the little swag. But they've got the look now. So everybody else should be taking notice. If they're not jumping left like if they haven't done that already, they need to start thinking about it right now because it looks really good.
And you talked about Alex's shot being left to target, and yeah, that was a big no. Granted, you couldn't miss right either earlier. It was you had to be in a tight window to have a chance. So to see essentially a miss now, all of a sudden you're not worrying about leaving something awkward looking, missing the head pin to the left. All of a sudden that kind of falls, and you kind of create a, not necessarily something that you're aiming for, but you just feel you have a little bit more room to miss, and still, keep it in play for something. A hit you'll take a Brooklyn in this situation. It's not the game plan, obviously, but it seems like you're creating more room that way too. You're not going to be paying as big of a price if you make the big miss.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what bowling's a game of misses. The thing that's interesting that I find watching the PBA shows is that it seems like they shy away when somebody has the whole lane, a whole bunch of room to miss it. They shy away from the fact that the player has a lot of room to miss. But that's the object of the game. The object of the game is to find the part of the lane where you don't have to throw a perfect shot every time. And so the player that can do that and then execute well on top of it, they're going to have an advantage. And so, what we're seeing Wichita do here is they're managing the lanes very well. They grinded out the first 2 games just playing, where the lane gave them. And now that they've opened up, I mean, they're just running them over right now.
All right, folks, we kind of talked about, we wondered when this was going to happen, and it's happening right now here on 23 and 24 as the Shockers are picking up steam heading into it. And we even see there's a nice shot from Central Missouri kind of following suit and making the move left on the lane as well. And I'm sure a great learning opportunity, especially with crossing the whole time for the Central Missouri squad to kind of pick apart what Wichita State is doing along the way and see how they can make that advantageous for them as well.
Absolutely. But, if Wichita had tried to do this in game 1 and 2, they would have shot 820. So it wasn't there. They did the right thing. They stayed out until, they felt like this was there. They had a player try it. It looked good. And then everybody jumped in and did the same thing. And now they're just whacking them.
I feel this is, and I know you enjoy referencing this movie quite a bit, but this feels like the moment in Ford versus Ferrari where it's before they get back to Le Mans, and Christian Bale's character is just kind of hanging around, and finally Carroll Shelby, Matt Damon finally had enough, and they had the RPM limit.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he just said, okay, we're not doing that anymore. Kick it up to 8,000 RPM, whatever it was. And he ran out there with a sign, and all of a sudden Christian Bale's character just had the big smile on his face, ended up taking care of business from there. But it kind of feels like that type of moment where all of a sudden you've been holding them back, waiting for that opportunity. And we're kind of hitting that right now, taking it up to 8,000 RPMs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that one went high. Alex just he's got to go a little bit further left and keep feeding it right. Mark Baker used to call it a swing wall. I've got a lot of room, but I can't miss left. I got to swing it, and that's kind of where they are right now. They gotta get the ball going right, and if they get the ball going right, they almost can't miss light. It's almost impossible at this point. So you're really using that friction to the right as something to throw the ball to, and so all you got to do is make sure you don't get it left.
And you talked about building up holds, so essentially this is the opposite. You have free wheel to the right, and just anything left, bad news.
Correct. And that's, as a bowler, that's what you should always be looking for. You should always be gathering information and learning what misses you can make, right? Like if you accidentally pull one and it doesn't hold, you go, well, I can't pull it. Right. And so sometimes that tightens you up, but sometimes you miss right and the ball hooks back and you go, oh, I can miss to the right. Can I miss to the left? No, I can just miss to the right. So what do? You just angle your body open to it, right? So that you can't miss left. You're physically not allowing yourself to miss left. And so that's what they've figured out right now. And they're going to shoot a big game.
I think the fun part of this, as well as Cameron Hurwitz from the leadoff spot, going to be stepping up on 23 here. He's going to be looking to make it 3 in a row. And
I mean, they're throwing messengers all over the place. Their pets' heads are falling off. It's mass hysteria. Mixing up the references there.
We're all over the place. I like it.
In one line.
But I think when we talk about this creating miss room, there's a lot of, when you think about league bowling, the idea of kind of the house shot is, there's room to hold and there's room to miss right to some extent for the most part. So you can kind of find that in between space to find a consistent look to the pocket. But usually on a house shot, that's something you have right from the get-go. That's something, you have out of practice, where you kind of have that shape built into the pattern to allow you to do that. For these guys, they've worked 2.5 games essentially to kind of create a similar look, except, obviously different on a sport pattern, but to create something to where they have that room to work with it and find ways to strike in bunches.
Yeah, absolutely. And, even on a house shot, you know what you can get away with. Like sometimes your miss in is a little better bet than your miss out. So, you can make subtle changes to your physical game to, like, for example, if you want to be missing in, you just close your shoulders up, keep your hips closed, and go down that line a little bit more directly. There's little things that you can do with your physical game. Once you learn what you can get away with on that particular condition or that particular day, that are conducive to taking advantage of what's out there. And so these kids are so talented that they went from playing like straight down second arrow to swinging 20 in a frame. And you could see a couple of them are struggling a little bit, just fine tuning, because they're still not easy, but they're pretty darn close. I mean, you can't cut one short like that and not get the ball. I mean, he missed by 4 or 5 boards at the break point. You can't. They're not a house shot. You can't get away with that.
That is true, and we're continuing to see some momentum here for Central Missouri. So they once again kind of following the path set by Wichita State here.
It's there. I mean, and the thing about it is, yeah, they're still tough, but there's going to be some teams that are going to shoot 820 this game, and they're going to see Central Missouri and Wichita shoot 1100, and they go, what the heck are those guys doing? How are they shooting 1100 on this? And it's like, well, if you play them the right way, it's out there. It's like you watch the pros. And if you were to go out and bowl on what the pros are bowling on, you'll average 170. But the pros are averaging 240 on it because they know the trick. They know what they can get away with and where to play and where to throw it. And they make it look so easy. And a lot of people watch the pros and they go, oh, they're just too easy. The lanes are too easy. They need to make them harder. And it's like, the pros don't need that much. And these kids are basically pros at their level, right? They don't need that much room to shoot big numbers. And so right now they've got enough to where they can just go, 230s the rest of the way out. And that's what you're looking for. You're just looking for a little crack in the door.
Then work your way in. Wichita State looking to get it going here. I hope Brandon Biondo throws another cool messenger because that's always fun to watch. He also gives the most vicious high fives I've ever seen.
Oh.
And that time
the Wichita windmill? Is that what they call that?
You can call it that. Absolutely. That's in play. The Wichita windmill.
I noticed there were a lot of windmills driving into town on the way here. So it could be a reference to that.
I do enjoy that, JT. That's a very topical reference to the geography on the drive here. So I like that.
Oh, baby. That's dirty.
I asked for it. I got it. It just took a little bit longer, but he did it. Nasty messenger from Brandon. One of the top collegiate players in the country, was a first-team All-American in 2019-2020 for the first time, and it says the kid's so phenomenal. We've been, we talked about Cameron Hurwitz, seeing him in the U12 finals in 2015. Brandon Biondo was in the U20 finals that same year of junior gold. So he had some time on Junior Team USA. His collegiate path. He had a little break in there as well. So he's a little bit older. He's kind of been on the collegiate scene. He knows the atmosphere. He knows the ins and outs of it, and that's what makes him such a valuable player for this team. And just more than what he can do on the lanes is that experience is pretty incredible as well. But yeah, he is just such a phenomenal talent. Going to be a great player. And his bowling family is one of the best out there too. So every time I see Brandon, you can't mention Brandon without thinking about Vince and Joey and everything they've brought to the sport. Team USA, Open Championships, Women's Championships, just everything they've done as just phenomenal ambassadors for bowling and great parents as well too. So shout out to the Biondo family in general for just being awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing that's fun about Watt and the way Brandon bowls is so how aggressive they've all of a sudden gotten. That they're just throwing it so much more aggressively now. It's not tentative like it was before. Still a couple of guys not quite. There's still a lot of touch to this shot. There's you have to be in the right place with your feet. You have to be throwing it to the right, hitting the break point at the right spot. But you can tell a couple of the guys are just a touch off with their angles and which ball they're throwing. But they're going to figure it out. But you can tell they've just gotten so much more aggressive with the way they're throwing the ball.
Again, folks, we are in game 3 of 5 here today, so we'll have 2 more to go before we wrap things up here for the day on bowltv.com. But yeah, it's exciting to once again, we talked about this pattern a lot and just kind of just how tough it was going to be kind of here in the early going, and we saw the scores. Only one varsity score north of 1,000 in the first 2 games, 2 of them on JV side, but yeah, we are in store for some strikes.
Yeah, they're brutal. I mean, there's 6 teams that are more than 400 under after 2 games. I mean, that's rough. Good break there, tripping out the 9-pin. But yeah, I mean, they are rough. And now all of a sudden, a couple of these teams are flipping the switch and making them look quite a bit easier all of a sudden.
But I think that goes back to the point you mentioned a little bit earlier when essentially kind of waiting for this moment is that the patience was going to be big, because if you tried to find this earlier, and you even mentioned it earlier in this game, if you start searching for 1,100, you're just as likely to find 850. and a few miscues on spare shots here, but
yeah, that happens. It's funny. I bet you these guys didn't miss one single pin the first 2 games because they knew how important it was, and now all of a sudden that they feel like they've got some room to miss, they're taking their mind off of. Matt McNeil called it second ball focus at the Kickoff Classic, and just feels like some of these guys' second ball focus is slipping because they're trying to figure out that they're trying to fine tune what they need to do on their next strike ball instead of paying attention to what they need to do to make their spare. And I'm sure Rick is going to have a few little words for the team about giving away those single pins.
JT, how's the energy in there right now? It seems like teams are getting a little bit louder here, at least from what I'm hearing. But talk a little bit about the energy going on out there.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Wichita would be going through the roof right now if it weren't for missing these single pins. I mean, that's taken some of the wind out of their sails. When you've struggled for the first couple of games, and then all of a sudden your look opens up, you get really excited really quickly. And so, missing these single pins is kind of sapping their momentum a little bit. But, if they clean that up and a couple of these guys kind of figure out the fine tune, they're going to be going through the roof, and that's going to bring the energy up of the whole building, because the building is going to realize, hey, we need to get our energy going here, or these guys are going to run away and hide, and we're not going to have a chance on day 2. So yeah, absolutely. It's business is definitely picking up.
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing for the teams in the hunt as well, to make sure they're keeping pace here, having an opportunity to stay. As Cameron Hurwitz,
so impressive. That's so impressive. He's just, the last couple of shots, like the first 2 shots when he moved left, he was just very careful, just trying to figure it out. And he was close. But now he knows exactly what he needs to do, and he's gotten so much more aggressive the last couple of shots. He ripped that messenger in front of the 7-pin, then slapped the 10 out on the last shot and slapped the 10 out on that shot. And that's what great players do. Once they figure out where they need to throw it, they just get more aggressive, and then that's when they shoot 260s and 270s.
Taking advantage when it's getting good.
Yeah, I mean, you go out and spend a few years watching Belmo or Shannon O'Keefe, at the Kickoff Classic, that first event that she won, where she kind of just hung around for 2 games, and then she got comfortable, and she just got so aggressive. And she shoots 260 on the pair nobody could shoot 180 on, and then you just knew it was going to be over.
Of course, we see the tablet there, and I know Cameron's not the tallest guy there, so he's getting a stretch there while he's getting to do that as well. So that's multitasking for Wichita State as well. But
he's a freshman, so they gotta, he's got to do the drudgery work, right?
I guess I saw him holding the clipboard a little bit too. So
rookie.
But that's good. That's the things that we see on Bowl TV throughout the course of a tournament competition that we never really get to see how it transpires after the fact. We see teams collect this data, and sports in general is very data driven nowadays. Looking at analytics, and there's so many apps that people use for bowling just in general to kind of keep track of everything. But that data, and we see Cameron getting ready for another one there to have this to move forward. I think that would be an interesting thing to see how this is implemented with these teams. Is this used in real time? Is this used after the fact? And there it is. There's some Brandon Biondo energy getting that 4-pin out for another strike, and a perfect 8th frame for Wichita State. But I'd be intrigued to hear how that particular data is brought in and used throughout the course of not only a block, but through practices moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I had a conversation with Shannon O'Keefe last weekend about this, and I'm not going to go into what she told me because it's proprietary information, but I'll tell you what, they are so meticulous about documenting everything in their process, and it pays dividends because they go back and use that information, at particular moments in tournaments, and it just gives everybody peace of mind knowing that, all of their decisions are based on data rather than just guesses. And so that's why certain programs are the best, and that's why the Patriots are the best football organization. Well, maybe not this year, but for a long time, the Patriots were a pretty darn good organization, and my guess is they're going to get back on their feet a lot more quickly than some of these other teams that have lost a few star players, just because they have an incredibly detailed process system in place that allows them to make data-driven decisions.
It'll be, and there's a nice messenger there for Central Missouri, but yeah, that's I would like to dig deeper into that someday with a coach who would be willing to obviously share it for those purposes and how it's used, because I feel that's an interesting part of the game that folks have been able to break down in other sports and win shares and things of that nature. How does that apply in bowling in the future? But definitely interesting, and these programs know what they're doing with the information, applying that to make their teams better throughout the course of a season and the collegiate careers of these young student athletes.
Yeah, for sure. And it was, if you listen to the conversation I had with Shannon O'Keefe on the last Bowling Explained podcast, I mean, part of her development as a player was just going through the repetitions and understanding how her body felt at certain moments when she needed strikes, how to breathe, how to handle herself. And boy, that's just beautiful.
So good.
Yeah.
He's a freshman, folks.
Yeah. He's incredible talent. But I mean, just that's where the experience comes in. But the experience doesn't do you any good if you don't learn from it and change things and adjust. And so, that's what's great about bowling. It's a game of adjustments. A never-ending game of adjustments.
Just when you think you got it figured out, snap, adjustment.
A couple of these guys have a little bbit too strong a ball in their hands. They're a little too early. I think maybe two of them need to maybe make a switch to something with a little less surface, or something that maybe a little cleaner through the front. And I'm sure that will be part of the next adjustment that these guys make. I mean, the thing that's tricky about this pattern, especially with the high volume, is you don't want to go with a ball that's too clean, because it's just going to go through the pattern like that one did on 23 and just never have a chance to hook. Mm-hmm. So you do want to have a strong enough ball that's when you're throwing it that steeply to the right is going to have enough energy left to make it back. But on the other hand, you don't want it to burn up too quickly, because then you're not taking advantage of the shape of the pattern. So it's a fine balance, but I could definitely tell two of these guys on this lineup are in too strong of a ball right now.
And of course, that's a conversation going on between Coach Steele Smith and the teammates right now. Once again, the collegiate environment like none other, as far as communication going on there in the settee area right behind the approach. We can kind of see it transpiring on the Wichita State side to the right, but there's a constant flow of information trying to get folks lined up to take advantage of having a little bit of area out there to be aggressive, and just finding the right mix.
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes you hear players talk about being between balls, where it's like, okay, I got a ball that's a little early for what we're bowling on right now, but my next ball's not early enough. And so what do? You try to grind it out until you get to that next ball where that next ball is going to look good. So it could be that these guys just kind of between balls, but it certainly feels like two of them could stand to make a ball change and have a little bit better look. There's one of them. Yeah, it looks like a ball change was made there, and it was the right ball change.
Good shot there by Keplinger. Big shout out to Alex's mom, Sandra Jo Sherry, getting inducted into the USBC Hall of Fame just last week.
Very cool.
So her and Mark Williams part of the 2021 class. So congratulations to Sandra Jo on the big moment, on the big news.
Yeah, we'll be reaching out soon to do a Hall of Fame video.
Let's
Looking
go.
forward to that.
True story. If you want to talk about the full circle of, you mentioned it a little bit earlier. What Chad mentioned is kind of the progression through the ranks of bowling, through taking the various stepping stones to get there. But in 2009, Jason Thomas, working my very first, actually, I only worked like the last day of Junior Gold, so I'm going to try to get on that schedule again. I've just working the last day of Junior Gold.
Good luck.
But I was in Indianapolis for the Youth Open Championships as Brandon keeps
He's
that
starting
one.
to post the shots. He's feeling a little good about himself right now, isn't he?
He's having some fun, but a much younger Aaron Smith at the time hung around for the Youth Open Championships, writing daily little features and articles as all these athletes were making their run at a youth national title. And I did a feature story on a young man who was, I think, about 7 years old at the time, who I believe was the youngest competitor in the whole tournament, and it was Alec Keplinger.
Wow.
So here we are, 12 years later, and he's a Junior Gold champion and a standout for Wichita State University. So full circle.
That's cool. Oh, man, he didn't throw that one very well, and it still struck. He hated that one. That's why you want to be in the right part of the lane, right there. You get away with stuff.
And you talk about the ability to be aggressive and freeing up the swing when you see you can get away with it a little bit too. And all of a sudden that just opens it up, that flat spot. This feels a little bit longer at the bottom of the swing. And
yeah, it's funny how that works. When you need to be accurate, you can't be because you're so tight. But then when you have four boards to work with, you can split the middle of them every time, it seems like. But yeah, that was better. He just got a little too crazy on that one.
well, with the first one on the 10th, still has a chance to get to 212 this game. With the conversion.
Yeah, and he's learning what he can get away with. That one, it didn't look like he missed right on that shot. He just missed it. And I think that was a product of him grabbing the shot before and kind of grabbed it and came over the top, and the ball still held. And so he's like, well, if it's going to hold, I can just get really aggressive and throw it right. And he didn't throw that one that far right in my mind. He just missed it a little bit. But now he knows, well, I can grab it and miss right. I mean, he's just going to eat him up.
Is that what you call a eureka type moment?
I used to have, back in the urethane days, I would.
This is the original urethane days, right? Not the current urethane days?
Back in the original OG urethane days.
Oh, how about that?
Nice. Whenever I would big four, I'd get really excited. And when I was lined up, I'd be lined up and I'd big four and I'd get really excited. And I didn't have a great attitude as a junior bowler. So usually people were surprised when I big forward and got happy. They're, why are you happy? And I was like, because now I know I have that much more room to miss to the right. I'm just going to take a step left and I'm going to have the whole lane. And that's when you reel off 4 straight 260s. So it's just, you just got to know what you're looking for, right? And so you just learn something on every shot you throw, and you fine tune your strategy to that. And the difference between back in those days and now is, you could reel off 4 straight 260s without moving your feet much more than 2-3 boards. Now, you're having to jump 5-10 boards every game or two. So it's a lot tougher, I think, now, but also a lot funner of a puzzle to have to figure out.
Some excellent stuff there, JT. The happiest man in America after a big 4. Got to start asking that question. Which split were you most happy to leave, knowing you could make an aggressive move off of that?
Yeah, no, that was it. That was it right there. And it was funny because we did a little experiment at the ITRC. We were doing on oil absorption, and so one of the sessions we bowled with urethane, and so I think I was the only one that bowled the session that really grew up throwing urethane, and so everybody else was kind of high rev rate. They're all good bowlers, but they threw it hard, high rev rate. So the ball started hooking, they would move left, and then they would start leaving buckets. And my ball would big 4, and I'd be like, oh, here we go. I'm just going to move left and throw it slower, and I'm going to have the whole lane. And so it was funny because I ended up shooting my high set out of all of the sets with urethane. And everybody else went exactly the opposite. They all threw big sets with reactive, and the stronger the balls, the bigger the sets. And for me, it just went the opposite direction. But you just learn. You learn about how what you can get away with, and when you know what you can get away with, then you start to get more aggressive and throw better shots, and that's when the big scores come.
There we go. I like that. I like that a lot, JT. This, like I said earlier, this feels like one big long episode of Bowling Explained for me, which is a show I enjoy very much. So it's been, let's get a little trip 4 action there, but yeah, this is going to be a number. Definitely looking at what we saw the first 2 games, we haven't pins flying everywhere here.
Yeah, 7-10.
It's but a chance for some big scores. Brandon Biondo still has 261 out there. So an opportunity to put up a nice number here for Wichita State. And I'll be curious to see how the rest of the field, if they caught wind of this, are sending players over there to kind of sneak a look at what Wichita State is doing. Obviously, teams have extra players with the ability to do that as well. So it'd be interested to see the scoring pace across, if it's just Wichita State kind of being aggressive, making the move and turning it into a bunch of strikes, or if a few other teams started to see the same thing and are following a similar trajectory with their scoring pace.
Yeah, the news tends to travel pretty quickly in these tournaments. They'll see, okay, Wichita just shot 1,100. What are they doing? We need to do that. And, I'll tell you a funny story about that. I actually bowled a PBA stop way past my prime when I shouldn't have been bowling a PBA stop. And I was bowling okay. The scores were kind of low, and it was going to take probably 50 or 60 over to make the cut. And I was like even. And Mike Fagan was like 300 over, right, leading. And so I crossed from the high side down to the low side, and I stopped on my way down there just to watch Fagan. He had spare 8-bagger. I was like, I wonder what he's doing. I'm going to try to do that. And so I watched him, and he slid about 48. I threw it in the air about 20 feet, dead that way to the right. It got to about 3 at about 40 feet, looked like it was going to go in the gutter, then made a left turn and messengered out the 10 pin for the first strike in the 10. And I look and I go, well, I'm glad he can do that, because I can't play there. So I'm going to have to figure out something else.
That type of luxury reserved for few out there. So
Yeah,
I would feel the exact same way. That would be all right. Moving on to the next one.
Yeah, let me try to find someone else that I can throw it like that's maybe 150 over. That
Exactly.
give
I'm
you
not going to
chance.
shoot. I'm not shooting that high.
I'll be happy with 150 over.
I don't have to figure out the 300 overlook. Give me the 100 overlook. Someone's got that here.
But no, I got excited when I saw these guys make that jump left all at the same time. It was pretty cool.
And we've kind of got to watch it break down and dissect it as it's gone along, and we're kind of to the culmination of that. So still 1076 out there for Wichita State if Brandon Biondo can connect for all three here. So he's looking to get to 261 as well. Just a little bit light there.
Yeah, he actually missed in on that shot, Aaron, which is interesting. He missed in and kind of went up the back of it a little more instead of around. And it was a decent shot, but probably happy just to leave a 2-pin.
Still going to give him a chance to get to 240 now. 1055 the number for Wichita State, 889 in the books for Central Missouri. So they had some stretches there, but a few too many spares got away from them throughout the course of that block.
The players are starting to get comfortable when they're shooting 2 pins off their strike line. You remember last game we saw a guy shooting a 5-pin straight up the middle. They're comfortable now with what they're seeing out there, so that they're shooting spares off their strike line.
The picture becoming clearer here at North Rock Lanes. Gonna get a ball change here for Brandon. Take something to learn from. 238 to lead the way for Wichita State. 1053 the numbers. So the biggest number we've seen so far over the course of today here on this 38-foot pattern. So we've said once, we said twice, we'll say it 3 times. Business is about to pick up here, folks.
That was fun to watch. It was, it's not a game that's going to pop your eyeballs out and go, oh my gosh, that's a ridiculous score. But I mean, for what they're bowling on right now, 1053 is like 1300. I mean, it's a huge game.
Absolutely. Well done by the Shockers. They're going to move on to 27 and 28 next. So as, JT, if you could give us a quick scope of the house, how we're looking for game 4.
Yeah, it looks like got one pair that's got the full 10th frame to bowl, and everybody else is either done or 1 or 2 players left. So it's looking good. The pace is excellent.
We have been cruising right along here in this second block of the day, so that's always a good thing. 2 games left to go. JT, we'll let you rest up for. I know we got some score updates coming, but excellent breakdown there. I enjoyed that a lot. Kind of watching the evolution of that game and the pattern and seeing everything. So hopefully the good folks on Bull TV enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So hopefully we've got more to come. It'll be interesting to see what the next group that comes in, how they're playing the lanes and compare and contrast that to how Wichita, who I thought, other than missing a few single pins, which, they probably did because they were spending a little too much time thinking about their first ball. Compare the rest of the teams to what Wichita did that game, and then also let's pay attention to what Wichita does this next game, because I'll tell you what, if they get a little comfortable and a couple of those guys make the right ball changes, they could shoot some really big numbers these last couple of games.
All right, folks. Ottawa and Barton County CC coming up next year on 23 and 24. So we do have the ability to kind of go around with the cameras here, so we might do that based off of that, but will definitely be interesting to see the strategy here. Ottawa has been a strong up-and-coming team the past couple of years, so we'll see how they handle this. And another great college out of the state of Kansas, so excited to see that. And they'll, as we can see, starting to make their way over to the pair. But we're ready for game 4. We're ready for more action here on this
Fired up.
38 on this 38-foot condition at the Mid-States Championships. Let's go.
go. Let's go.
Wow, we almost had that in sync there, JT. We've been spending a little bit too much time here on Bull TV, perhaps. That moment, that energy, you know when it's going to happen. All right, JT.
All right, I'm going to go type some scores.
All right, we'll get back to you in just a little bit here, but thanks again, JT. All right, folks. Fun game number 3 there in the books. 10:53 once again, courtesy of Wichita State. They were our tournament leader heading into that final game. So, or into that game. We're not final game. We're not done yet. We still got 2 more to go, folks. So don't go anywhere. Bull TV is cruising. We'll take a quick look around the house, see if any of our pairs still have some bowling left. We might just switch over that to kind of watch the conclusion. Or if those bowlings are off our featured pairs. All right, looks like we still have some action on 31 and 32, so we'll go ahead and head over there for a quick second to kind of wrap up the game. That'll be St. Ambrose once again, and Kansas. We've seen them a couple of times. So we'll hop right into the Bull TV studio for just a quick second. And head on over to 31 and 32. Taking a look at the scoring pace, a little bit lower compared to what we saw from Wichita State for the Fighting Bees. Just taking a look. It looks like Cameron Crowe can still get to 220. They got 211 already in the books, but going to be fighting some rougher games in the middle. So they got another 900 and change definitely out there. But we'll be losing some ground to tournament leader Wichita State here. So unless someone else across the house made a big run that game, it looks like Wichita State's going to expand its lead. They were up 44 heading into this game on St. Ambrose. So we'll go ahead and watch the conclusion of this game. We'll go full screen for it, and then prepare for game number 4. 2 left to go here, folks. Mid-States Championships on Bull TV. As we get to Cameron Crowe here for St. Ambrose, he can get to 220 this game. That will give him to 971, but they would be giving back about 80 pins. Based off of Wichita State's game. Cameron gets the first one. So 971 still out there for the Fighting Bees of St. Ambrose. .704 the score for Kansas. Cameron, get that one back from way downtown. Now into the 210 strike, gets him to 220 and 971 here. And the back six are 220, 971 for St. Ambrose. But they're going to lose some pins to Wichita State. And we're going to move to game 4, folks. So we'll come back to the Bull TV studio for just a quick second. We're going to head back to lanes 23 and 24. Ottawa and Barton County Community College going to be coming up next. So hang tight as we make the switch. And with that, we're going to head into game 4 in just a moment, folks. But as soon as we get an update on scores, we will get that information out to you. So be on the lookout for that shortly. They've been doing a great job getting scores to us very quickly. So a big shout out to the tournament staff. This year's event hosted by Wichita State and Newman University. So big shout out to Holly Harris and Billy Murphy. Of course, the staff at North Rock Lanes, Frank and Kathy DeSocio, Brent Bowers and company always do a tremendous job. So big shout out to all those folks for making the Mid-States one of the great collegiate events each and every year. But we're heading into Game 4. It's time. 2 left to go, folks, here at the Mid-States for day number 1. As a reminder, we'll be back on the lanes tomorrow for Baker competition. 16 games for both the men's and the women's division. Women will be on the lanes at 8:45 a.m. Eastern, 7:45 local time for their 16-game block. The men will be back on the lanes at 12:45 local time, 1:45 p.m. Eastern time to wrap things up. So that's what we got going on. We're going to settle in. Game 4 coming up next here on Bold TV. Hello again, everybody. Welcome to the Mid-States Championships. We are in game 4 of 5 for the men's field here for our traditional block 5 games we're going to have in the books once we're all said and done for today. But we just got an update on standings, so we wanted to get those to you quick here, so you got the scoop of what's going on the lane. So taking a quick look, we mentioned Wichita State, just an impressive performance overall. On their way to a 10:53 game, and right now on the varsity side, we only have 2 games over 1,000. Both of them belong to Wichita State. 10:53, the biggest game by nearly 70 pins in game 3. So they were definitely the one team to take advantage and make the big move, and have it pay off as well. So they're now at 3,017. So they are plus, and the only team plus at the moment. Heading into game number 4, St. Ambrose, another solid game, but gave up a sizable amount of ground. They're second at 2891. So, that's basically 125 pins. The Fighting Bees are now down to the Shockers. So the Shockers in potentially good shape to be leading both the men's and the women's side of the standings after we conclude today here in the varsity standings. Sitting in third, Newman University, 2807. They had the second biggest game in game 3, 986 for the Jets. Midland in fourth, 2750, and Kansas Wesleyan rounding out the top 5, 2732. So we have essentially more than 200 pins between third and first right now, and then going a few spots farther down than that. It might be a 2-team race by the time we finish today. We will see if Newman or Midland can find a little firepower here in the final 2 games to put up some late strikes and get themselves in the mix for the Baker portion of the event tomorrow. But Wichita State right now looking strong. St. Ambrose still hanging around. But that's going to be really pertinent for Newman or Midland to finish strong here today if they want to be in the conversation heading into tomorrow. Once again, a total pinfall event. So there's no cut, there's no bracket or anything like that. It is straight pinfall. 5 traditional games, 16 Baker to determine the champions here at the Mid-States in 2021. Taking a look at the junior varsity squads, we mentioned them in the early going. Scoring pace has fallen off a little bit from them. St. Ambrose, 2861, their JV team leading the way. Wichita State's first JV team, second, 2850, and then a bit of a drop-off to third place. That's the next Wichita State JV team. They have 2 in the field this week. 2698. So those are your top 3 in the JV standings. Taking a look in the individual standings, St. Ambrose's Justin Aboud, who's bowling for their JV team, leading overall. His last 2 games, 248 and 232 to get to 662. So he's averaging over 220 here as we make the way into game 4, but Brandon Biondo with that 238 moves into second place. He's at 661. Iowa Central's Raymond Wiegand is now in third place at 640. He shot 247 last game. Oklahoma Christian's Josh Imhoff, 256, 225 his last 2 to get to 638. He is tied with Richard Paul III, who is leading after 2, who's bowling for Wichita State's JV squad. RP3 also at 638. Kind of looking at the rest of the top 10. Cameron Crow from St. Ambrose at 634. Nathan Stubler from St. Ambrose, 620. James McIver from Newman, 613. And then Cameron Hurwitz and Nicholas Summer, both of Wichita State on their varsity squads, 612, rounding out the top 10 in the individual standings. So there is the rundown. We've got them scrolling across the bottom of the screen as well. So big shout out to JT as keeping you up to date with the scores here at the Mid-States as they become available. We're coming up on hour 4 of coverage here on the men's squad. So pace a little bit quicker here today than what we had during the women's squad. So that's a good thing for our sleep schedules moving forward. But we'll be back at it once again bright and early tomorrow morning, 8:45 a.m. Eastern, the start time for Baker competition. And Baker bowling's always fun, always great, especially when you get some teams starting to throw some strikes together. So we will go ahead and look forward to that. But we're going to go back to the action here. Ottawa and Barton County CC hitting the lanes, looking to try to find some of that same momentum we saw from Wichita State, who just came off of this pair shooting 10.53 last game. We'll see if they can find some of that same firepower, make the right moves on the lane, match up, and get some strings of strikes going.
Like the fifth grade, like community baseball recap. Yeah, I would have been frozen. Tommy John on my left team. Oh, we got it up.
Hello again, everybody. Mid-States Championships continues. Game 4 underway. We're going to make the executive decision here to take the featured channel over to lanes 27 and 28. As we mentioned, Wichita State had built a little distance between themselves and the rest of the field with a big 10:53 effort in game number 3, and they're up to more hijinks of striking over on 27 and 28. So we're going to go ahead and flip the cameras over there. So we're going to take a quick stop into the Bowl TV studio once again before we mosey on over to 27 and 28. But strikes are starting to add up for the Shockers. And this could be a big moment for the rest of the field and the rest of the event, essentially, if they're able to put together a big number here. So we're going to bring JT back in. Looks like he's ready for a little commentary as well. So Jason Thomas coming back in here. And Wichita State throwing some wood there and throwing some strikes up on the scoreboard.
Throwing some heaters. No, they're not heaters. I mean, they've actually gone further left on the approach, more steep through the front, and now they have a lot of room to play with. And, I'd mentioned a couple of the guys were throwing a little bit, balls that were a little too early or a little too strong. They've all kind of gotten out of those balls into balls that are a little more cleaner. Alec Keplinger, one of those guys who was kind of in between balls towards the end of last game. He made the ball change to start this game, and he's started with the front 6.
Alec is in the 4th spot there for Wichita State. So once again, bowling with Central Missouri. And yeah, it's been, I took a glance over there. I was kind of curious to see how Ottawa and Barton kind of were assessing the pattern. It looked like Ottawa was starting to heat up there as well as
nice Edward throw there.
This is a Jeff Goodger moment, if ever there was a Jeff Goodger moment.
Yeah, that's a nice one there. Now on a good 20 feet back out on the lane.
It's almost to that last lane marker down there, right around the 10 board. It appears from this angle. Obviously, we're going to have that cleared. But yes, do you think we should rate the deadwood removal here in honor of Jeff? Or is that his thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's his thing, obviously. But, sure. I would drive people over to, the Jeff Goodger YouTube page to check some good deadwood clears. There's some good videos on that page. I think one of my favorites that popped up recently was he got 0, but at least he didn't die. I'm paraphrasing. It wasn't maybe those exact words, but it's a great video. So I would encourage you to check those out if you like bowling humor.
I would call that a very efficient clear from the staff at North Rock Lanes. Didn't take any chances up there. Was cool, calm, and collected in the matter. Picked the pin up instead of sliding it all the way. Walked over the scoring unit there in the middle of the as well. So a nice job overall. Not a lot of pizzazz to it, but it was efficient.
Yeah. No, there's some good ones. I like Chris Barnes missing the gutter on one of his Deadwood clears. That was a classic. And I don't know if you could hear what Barnes said after that, but I imagine there was a good little zinger, him zinging himself on that one.
This is the thing that happens late in the days, folks. Once we've been at this for 10 hours or so, this is sometimes the conversation goes a little off topic. These are those moments. Enjoy these moments, people. This is the good stuff. But yes, this is going to be Alec up in just a moment on lane 27, looking to make it 7 in a row. And this really is an opportunity for Wichita State, and not being able to see what St. Ambrose is doing this game since they finally kind of moved off our feature pairs. This could be a big moment for Wichita State to finish this game potentially, and all of a sudden create that kind of comfortable distance that is going to be tough for anyone else to make up.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's interesting about watching Wichita and St. Ambrose is they're just two completely different teams. I mean, St. Ambrose is built on the strength of these two lefties, and obviously they're not seeing the world open up like Wichita is. So I think it's advantage Wichita. From top to bottom, they're probably a little bit stronger of a team. And now they're all seeing the same advantage. So I would give them the advantage overall. But, St. Ambrose, those two lefties, man, they when they find something they like, and actually you could throw, the third lefty in there too, because, I think they all can kind of play the lane similarly. Stubler and Cameron Crow are the two, certainly the leaders on the team. But when the left side's looking good, they can put up some big numbers.
And both of them are still both in the top 10 as we have those scores scrolling across the bottom. Have been finding ways to grind it out, but yeah, it hasn't necessarily been bombs away, if you will. But even watching a few shots from Cameron toward the end of game 3 as we went over there, he had actually looked like he had moved a little bit closer to the gutter and was able to kind of get the ball to spark off of, getting down lane at 3-4. So, potentially more into his wheelhouse, and not sure the ball he was using or anything like that, but he threw some pretty convincing strikes down the stretch there.
Speaking of Cameron's, oh man, that's just sweet. He is.
Let my Cameron go.
Yeah, he's got the look right now. Possible 259, and he's just cleaning deck after deck.
That's what we like to see. And we got a Ferris Bueller reference in there as well. So it's we're hitting the checkboard. We should have a bingo sheet for this.
Goes out to my good friend Cameron, who doesn't think he's seen anything good today. Dankeschön, darling, Dankeschön.
Subscription paid for right there, folks.
Yeah, there you go. Got me to sing.
But yeah, Cameron has been impressive. Brandon has been strong, and Alec tripping the 4-pin out there to make it 7 in a row last time up. Definitely looked like he wasn't too thrilled with that shot, but had enough angle through the front to get some hold. And
yeah, you're in good shape when you hate the shot and it just goes dead flush. You're playing them right. Yeah, they weren't doing that in game 1 and 2. If you hated the shot in game 1 and 2, you were lucky to hit the head pin.
Patience is a virtue.
Well, here we go for the front 8.
Oh.
That was a Gwen Stefani. You know what a Gwen Stefani is?
Where are you going with this one? Go ahead.
No doubt.
Oh, no doubt. Okay, all right. That should have been too simple, but it wasn't. I'm trying to think like 6 steps ahead of you, and I just cruised right past the easy answer to that.
Yeah.
So well done, JT. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're throwing the curveballs out there, setting up home runs.
It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. I mean, it's fun to watch a team turn just an absolute train wreck of a pattern and into, shooting huge numbers. It's fun to watch.
It is, and that shot there from Brandon kind of looked to be what we saw in 27 from Alex. It just looked, body language said that one might have been a little bit inside, and we found some hold. So good things. Another strong frame for Wichita State, and this could be that tournament-defining game right here, potentially for the Shockers and the rest of the field. And essentially, who's going to be fighting for second if they can put together 2 more strong frames? This is an opportunity to put themselves in a comfortable spot heading into Baker competition tomorrow.
Yeah, it's, the most impressive thing to me is, a lot of other teams are starting to figure it out, but they're almost kind of backing into it, right? Whereas Wichita, they actually had a plan. They actually jumped at the exact time when they knew that this was out there. They jumped right at that moment, and they didn't lose any time in fishing around and wasting a game here. Trying to play out for half a game too long. They all jumped, boom, like it just The other thing we talked about what you hear PBA players talk about and PWBA players, pros talk about after a block. One thing that you will also hear them talk about is that when they miss a move, because they hate that. They hate wasting frames. And so what's impressive is, when you have a 5-player team, you all can, if you all miss the move, that multiplies the miss by 5 players. It's, 20 pins becomes 100 pins. And so what's so impressive about what they've done so far today is just how lockstep they were in making those moves and when they made them. And they made them at the exact right time. And so that's what's pretty cool. Now it's just compounding into something really big here. Cameron just gassed that one.
I was going to say, that looked a little similar to one of them we saw toward the end of, 8-pin. Come on, we don't need that kind of nonsense here this late in the evening on a Saturday night. But, that kind of looks similar to one of the ones we saw at the end of Game 3 for him that just didn't just maybe a little bit too quick through the spot. But it's going to have a chance to pick this up, be in the 230s with a double in the 10th. And we still got some fireworks going here. Alec Keplinger will be stepping up momentarily. 4th bowler for Wichita State here. Past junior gold champion, 2019 U20 champion. Looking to make it 9 in a row here, folks. So this is what we're here for, to capture these moments. It'd be interesting to hear from Coach Rick Steelsmith kind of about that, essentially waiting for the moment to make the move. And obviously an individual with Rick's experience, Rick's knowledge, has seen so many of those moments over the course of his career. And I'm sure something about that pattern something clicked to say, all right, this is the time. Obviously watching the ball reaction as well, but you kind of talked about, talking back to your big four and how happy it made you. Be curious to see what, was it a shot like that where all of a sudden they saw something that they liked, that maybe, wasn't the intended plan, that all of a sudden opened up the doors, said, okay, team, we're doing this, we're making this jump, we're getting aggressive, and kind of flip the switch, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I think they probably had that in mind all the way when they saw, the pattern and how it was playing. But my guess is you probably had 3 or 4 guys the game before on the fill ball jump in there and just see what it looked like. Just dip the toe in the pond and see, hey, is it there yet? Is it gonna, if we get in, is it gonna hook back from the spot? Is it gonna push enough, to where we can actually get away with jumping that far left? And they timed it perfectly. They had it's always an educated guess, especially it's a big move, right? I mean, they moved 20 left.
And we got 9. We got 9.
Yeah. And he's got room all over the place. I mean, that one was in, and it just kind of laid off. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a 300 here.
Let's go. JT says we're getting off the schneid in 2021 here, folks.
Right. That's right. I'm calling it.
Nice 4.9 conversion there as well from Central Missouri. But Alec Keplinger, front 9 here, late at night, Wichita, Kansas, North Rock Lanes, Mid-States Championships.
Yeah, and Brandon, he had the best look last game, but now that they've transitioned a little bit more, he needs to get out of that ball. He needs something a little cleaner. He's trying to stay in it by lofting it, which, it's close. It's a good idea. As I mentioned before, like people always say, well, why do players loft it? Why don't you just throw a weaker ball so you can stay further to the right? And the answer is because it's better to loft it.
Nice cover there. Nice cover
that
there.
was a great spare. It's pros are going to use the strategy that's going to give them the best chance to shoot big scores. And so if they're lofting it, that's they feel like that's the strategy that's going to give them a chance to shoot the biggest score. And the reason why it works, and the reason why you have to loft it, is in order to create that angle. You're now way left, but you still got to create all this angle coming into the pocket. Otherwise, the ball's not going to hit. You're not going to carry.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to create that angle, you got to throw a super aggressive ball. And the only way to get that ball to the spot you need it to get to save all that energy to hook is by throwing it in the air so it saves the energy. So that's why, players loft it. It's not that complicated, but you got to be a good athlete to be able to do it. I mean, not everybody's like I said when I was crossing behind Mike Fagan. It's like, hey, I'm glad he can throw that big ball and play, stand 48, slide 48, and loft it in the air and get it to hook back from 3, throwing it dead that way. But I'm not that good of an athlete, so I'm just going to throw my weaker ball and try to shoot even.
No, and I think if folks want to see someone who's good at that, obviously Mike Fagan not out there competing as much as he did back a couple of years ago, but you get Marshall Kent in a situation like that, and he is a technician at that. Obviously, we see players. A lot of the two-handed players don't mind creating a little bit of air and. Potentially a little bit easier for them with a little more momentum to be able to get the ball to cruise through that first, 10, 15 feet. But Marshall Kent, watching him do that is is a thing of bowling poetry from time to time.
Yeah, it is, and sometimes he'll do it a little bit early when he doesn't need to. But I remember the best example was the U.S. Open a few years back, where he led by 300 pins, and he did it in a qualifying round, the last 3 games, and shot like 790. And I remember we posted some video of it and got a lot of people complaining about, why does he have to loft it? That's stupid. Why is he doing that? Why doesn't he just ball down and move to the right? And it's like, because he shot 790 the last 3 and it worked. It was the best strategy and nobody else could do it. So if you've got something that nobody else can do, that's how you win against the pros. So, it's I agree sometimes players do it when they don't need to, but it is a great strategy when it's the right time to do it.
Yes, certainly a memorable run, and yes, a memorable post as well. Yeah, folks not happy about the loft, but I think your explanation there and what we saw, we saw it happen. It was a dominant performance, and like you said, that's what makes these players so good out here. Obviously, when you get to that level, everyone can make the shots they need to. Everyone can repeat shots, but to have something else that someone else doesn't have is we talked about having that foot in the door. That's that foot in the door for those players, being able to create something else that no one else can have and taking advantage of it in those moments.
Yeah. And, I understand where people are coming from that didn't like it, because it's very cool, right? It's very cool to watch and to do. And so it's going to make kids want to do that when they don't have to, which I understand that people would be upset about that. But on the other hand, it's an amazing athletic performance. It's remarkable, and it worked so well, and it was such an effective strategy that you almost have to put those concerns aside and just applaud the guy for being an amazing athlete.
This game is getting big, JT.
Yeah, they've got the look right now. I mean, this could be, this could be 1250. Well, 1200 if they all go off the sheet. Getting a little too excited, but I mean,
once again, relative to scoring pace, that's probably closer to like 1320. So,
exactly.
Yes, this is a huge opportunity once again, and this could be the defining moment of this tournament, if you will.
Yeah, imagine in game 2, somebody saying, we're going to shoot 1200 one of these games. There's been 2000s in 3 games for the whole field. And now they're going to shoot 1200. So.
All right, folks. And in a moment, Alec Keplinger is going to be stepping up here for the Shockers. Has 9 consecutive strikes to start this game. You folks know what that means. You folks know what that means. I don't have to say it anymore. I think I was banned from saying it during the PWBA event. Not going to lie, we get a few of these every year in the collegiate scene. And every time it is fun, it's exciting. It's not only a team effort, it's a college bowling community effort in these particular moments when players are striving to have just an unbelievable moment for their team or for themselves individually. Obviously, it's all for the team, but Alec Keplinger stepping up front 9 here at the Mid-States Championships. Can he make it 10?
Last 2 shots he missed in and it held, and I think he said, let's just not miss in again. just it happens.
It does. And still 04 million here in 2021.
Yeah, I know. Man,
I was ready. We talked about this, and I have more levels to go, but I need to get there. I need those strikes to fall.
good
So
game though. 266.
So taking a look, they're already into the 1100. So Brandon can add 50 here, working on. I think that's working on a strike.
He's going to make a ball change here. Remember last frame I said he's probably trying to make this ball work a little bit too long, so it makes a ball change, and that was a good ball change.
That looked pretty good.
I mean, it wasn't a big ball change. It was just something slightly cleaner.
But yeah, now look like a spare there in the frame number 9 based off of the scoring system. So 234, another 20, 1144 out there for WSU. A seemingly impossible tally after watching games 1 and 2.
Yeah, that was a good ball change because that one, shimmed up. He got it in and ended up flush for a ring 10.
We mentioned Brandon was second in the individual standings, so being in the 220 is certainly not going to hurt his case as we just have one game left to go now. But 11:30 out of the gates here in Game 4. This is big time.
Yeah, fun to watch. They'll still be on our live stream pairs for game number 5. If you want to follow them, they'll be on 31 and 32 for the last game. I assume, Aaron, you will flip us back to our featured pair, 23 and 24, and then if some fireworks happen, we can always move back over.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan, JT, as we wrap up. We'll keep an eye on it. Obviously, we're trying to catch as many teams as we can throughout the course of the day. But as the news breaks, that's the cool part about kind of the new look here on BowlTV.com, the ability to kind of bring in these other channels and break it down as it's happening. So that was an excellent opportunity of what's capable here. And Game 4 in the books. It looks like for most of our featured pairs, they're just about wrapped up for game number 4 as well. So I think we'll go ahead and make the switch, and we'll get ready for our final game. It's hard to believe we're already here. This block has cruised by over the course of the past couple hours.
It has. We do have one pair that just started their 9th frame, so that's probably the worst pace out of this whole 4 games of one particular set of teams being behind, but they will be done within about 10 minutes, and then we'll get into game 5.
All right. Is that on one of our featured pairs there? Or is that
not, unfortunately? It's St. Ambrose on 35 and 36.
Gotcha. Well, we'll go ahead and go back to 23 and 24 as Ottawa and Barton County wrap up their final few shots here. But that was the game. That might be the moment that defines this tournament when we look back at the excitement of this particular event.
It was certainly impressive, and I think I don't think they're planning on taking their foot off the gas here in game number 5. I think they've got the bull by the horns, and they're probably saying, "Hey, let's just end this thing now."
And I think that's a fair point to kind of look at as well, as that I mean, JT, you've seen this a little bit more than I have, and we saw that ball change with Brandon. They got room to work with here.
Absolutely. And what's funny is Holly said the same thing about the women this morning. Holly Harris, she said, "Man, we left a lot of pins out there. They've got a what do they have? Let me look at the standings here real quick. They've got a 282 pin lead going into tomorrow. And Holly was like, man, we left a lot of pins out there. We could have run the score up even more. So I bet you, the men are thinking the same thing right now. Like, hey, we've got the bull by the horns here. Let's take the lead up as much as we can going into tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we're going to take a quick break as we transition to Game 5. So, JT, we'll let you go, but some more excitement here on Bowl TV at the Mid-States Championships, courtesy of Wichita State. We'll get back to it in Game 5. Taking a look here on 23 and 24. Lincoln and Iowa Central will be up next. But once again, we have the ability to kind of jump around, and we'll see what's happening on our featured pairs. But JT, we'll let you get back to it, and we'll be back for Game 5 in just a moment.
Let's go.
Let's go. Party time. Excellent. References keep coming.
Yes, Bill and Ted.
You can't top that, so we're taking you off the screen now.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to go back to full screen here. We're going to settle in. Once again, we're waiting for every team to finish up here across the house before we move on to game number 5. Participating, just making sure social distancing. Folks are kind of staying with the same group of teams. So we will go back to full screen, hang out for a quick second. Once we get scores for game 5, we'll read those off. Obviously, intrigued to see how much distance Wichita State created between themselves and the rest of the field. But that's what's happening right now. So game 5 coming up next year. Mid-States Championships taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. I'm Aaron Smith. Jason Thomas has been joining us throughout the course of the broadcast as well. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here on Bowl TV, but we'll be back. 5th and final game coming up next here from Wichita. All right, everybody, we're into Game 5 here. Final game of the day at the Mid-States Championships 2021, taking place at North Rock Lanes in Wichita, Kansas. We do have an update of scores to take a look at here, so we'll get to those in just a moment. They are scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well, but we'll get through the team and the individual standings. In just a moment here. So, as expected, Wichita State, after that huge 11:34, continued and expanded upon its lead, 41-51. Now the total through 4 for the Shockers, plus 151, and that lead has grown quite a bit. St. Ambrose cracked 1,000 for the first time, but with just 1,012, they gave up another 120 pins on the lead. So it's is far and away Wichita State's time to continue to put distance between themselves and the rest of the field. So nearly 250 pins now, the difference between first and second place. Moving into third, Newman University, 37-25. So we got 41-51 in first, 39-03 in second, and 37-25 in third. So it is we've seen some separation here for sure among the men's field. 37-23 in fourth place, Midland just 2 pins back a third. Kansas Wesleyan in fifth, 36-76. Iowa Western CC 36-37. Barton County CC 34-52. Oklahoma Christian, they're at 34-28. And let's see, Iowa Central CC 34-04, and Ottawa runs out the top 10 at 33-38. So that's what we have going on right now with the standings here in the varsity division. As we look at the individual totals, Brandon Biondo moves into first place in the overall standings. He's at 885, so that's averaging better than 221 per game. Nate Stubler of St. Ambrose has been steady throughout the course of the day. He's in second, 862. Richard Paul III, part of Wichita State's junior varsity squad, in third place, 853. Raymond Wiegand of Iowa Central CC in fourth at 840. And then rounding out the top 5, Cameron Hurwitz of Wichita State, 839. Looks like going down the standings, 13 players even or better individually after 4 games in the books. Or for those who have bowled all 4 games, continuing down the standings, Justin Aboud of St. Ambrose, 837 in sixth. Josh Emoff of Oklahoma Christian, 832. He's tied with Midland's Christopher Yadeau for 7th place. Cameron Crow in 9th place for St. Ambrose, 828. Alec Keplinger had the front 9, 266, to get to 822 for Wichita State. Nicholas Summer, his teammate at Wichita State, at 819. James McIver, Newman University, 802. And then Wichita State's JV team, Marcus Cole, 800 on the nose there. So that's what we got going on in the standings. We moved over to 1920. Looked like 23 and 24 is getting a little choppy for us. So we're trying to make some adjustments on the fly there. So folks, be on the lookout for that. So that's why we switched over here to 19 and 20 to take a visit a few teams we haven't seen today yet on our featured pair. Got Newman, one of our hosts this week, and Drury joining us here. So we're going to settle back into game number 5 here, take a look around as well, and get you some more updates in just a little bit. But final game underway, cruising right along here at the Mid-States Championships. Been a fun day so far, and we look to continue, and hopefully we will have everything up on MSC3 back in just one moment. Welcome back, everybody. Fifth and final game here of men's competition during day one at the 2021 Mid-States Championships. Past the halfway point, we're cruising along here on 1920 with Newman University, one of our host schools this week, along with Wichita State and Drury University. Newman, the runner-up last year in the bracket here at the Mid-States. So we're getting to see the Jets for the first time today, but we're going to bring in Jason Thomas once again to help us get to the finish line today as we wrap up another great day of competition here on BullTV.com.
Hello, Aaron Smith.
Let's go. Energy. Yeah.
Oh, we're coming down the stretch. Wichita State, man, they're going to make Holly say the same thing. The men. As she said about the women, they're going to leave the door a crack open. They're struggling a little bit here in game number 5, kind of shooting 950-ish to 970-ish pace through 5-6 frames. And, depending on what St. Ambrose does this game, it could be a ball game tomorrow still. 250 pin lead right now. And, St. Ambrose can carve 50, 75 pins off of that, they'd probably feel a lot better about their chances going into tomorrow.
I would agree with that. 16 Baker games, not a lot, but at the same time, though, Baker is the toughest to get right in kind of looking at the collegiate bowling landscape. And, that's why it's the entire postseason is the Baker format is just because, you can't have a weak link in the chain, if you will, to put together a good Baker game. In this particular format with the 5-player traditional games, you can rely on 2 or 3 guys. You can have your standouts, your studs throwing a bunch of strikes for you, putting up 230s, 240s here and there, and kind of managing it for the team. But it just doesn't fly in the same fashion in Baker. So it definitely gives more opportunities. And more opportunities for momentum, too. I think that's one of the things we'll see tomorrow, especially if, St. Ambrose can kind of get down to a more manageable level, is that, that momentum is a big, big factor in Baker.
Yeah, and, we talked about their 3 lefties, and, if those 3 guys get hot, what is the pattern tomorrow? Do we know?
Presumably the same. So for the most part, I think the pattern will stay the same. I know there are events that will offer multiple patterns, so the Hoosier Classic being one of them. But as far as I know, same pattern for tomorrow.
Yeah, if it's the same pattern, I kind of like St. Ambrose's chances of. I mean, I still wouldn't pick against Wichita State with the lead that they have, but with that pattern, they aren't going to break down as fast, and they're not going to get to the place where Wichita, was able to bang on them until much later in the day. And by then, St. Ambrose, if they get off to a good start and start shaving that lead away, the old squeeze factor comes into play a little bit, right? So Mr. Momentum could be on the side of St. Ambrose and could pull this thing off. So, I hope we get to see a ball game. Nobody likes to see a blowout, right? We want to see it come down to the end, and especially being Super Bowl Sunday and all.
Of course, absolutely. That's definitely one of the interesting things with the total pinfall event is having the opportunity for 1 or 2 teams to kind of get away from the field, and sometimes that makes it 1 or 2 teams kind of put themselves up there at the next level for the course of that weekend. But at the same time, if it gets down to the nitty gritty, there's nothing better. 2 teams going forward, and there's a few folks on each team who are taking a look at that scoreboard, keeping pins, kind of keeping it going, trying to keep the momentum going for their team as they're trying to get to a victory. It's it gets pretty crazy and pretty fun in those moments.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking forward to that. You never know. I mean, I guess there are some other teams that would have an outside chance. If you look at Newman right now, who we're watching, is 275 under, so they're 400 and some back. That's probably a pretty tall order, but they could give it a run.
Based off of sectionals history, the kind of baseline number I put as kind of out of this world, won't happen, but has happened. You got to look right around. I believe the exact number is 283 pins back. Is what Wisconsin Whitewater did a couple of years ago in sectionals, heading into the final block to make it into the top 4. They were that far back, so that's the kind of block is out there. We've seen it before; it's been done before. So that it's the same amount of games as well, 16 games. So that's something to keep in mind. Is it's that type of length here. So give yourself a chance. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah. And, if Newman pops a big game here, gets within 300. I mean, you said 283 is the number. Is that 16 games?
That's 16 games. Yep.
Yeah. So that's 20 pins a game you got to make up. It's possible.
It's possible, but obviously one of the things all these teams will look ahead to tomorrow is the adjustments they get to make from what they saw in the fresh in this 38-foot, 33 mil tricky son of a gun out there on the fresh. So the adjustments will be interesting to see as well from those teams. We talked about Wichita State and St. Ambrose, and both of them bowled pretty good on the fresh, but not out of this world. So, it becomes a lot more of the risk reward factor we talked about, where, for someone who's a little bit farther back, is it worth having, we talked about the 800 or the 1100 look. You might see a few more teams try to throw their, essentially make a move to go for that 1100 look. And whether or not it happens, obviously, will be the big factor, but you might see a few more risks out there for teams wanting to make a run at that top spot.
Yeah, you can. And the other thing that's nice about low scoring events is that the team that's leading could make a few mistakes and shoot a couple 850s, and obviously the scoring's different tomorrow. It's not traditional, but you could make some mistakes and shoot some low scores, basically. And a little 850 for your first 5, kind of thing, and all of a sudden it's a new ball game.
Yeah, certainly. Once again, the momentum such a key factor, and folks, if you've never followed the Baker system before, it's fun. It's 5 players bowling one game essentially. So you got the leadoff bowler bowling the first and the 6th, second bowler second and 7th, third and the 8th, fourth and the 9th, fifth and the 10th. So that is the construction of a perfect Baker game, and enjoying that chemistry that these players have to find over the course. So you'll see the communication, you'll see the excitement level, you'll see the high fives, fist bumps, the yelling. It's all going to be more, and it's going to be great.
Yeah, and the other thing we saw with Wichita was when they were making their run, they typically had 2 guys that kind of couldn't figure it out, and in Baker, 2 holes in the middle of your lineup. That's
170 right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless everyone else is striking, and that's something we haven't seen on the fresh. So, kind of put that into essentially, those 140, 150 games you see in this traditional 5-player setup can be bailed out by a 220 and a 230. You're back to even. But yeah, it is tough to make up those opens, those holes, those splits, whatever they may be in the Baker format. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on in the early going as we kind of rev up towards those final few games down the stretch.
And in your history of doing this event, Aaron, how often has Wichita State won both the men's and the women's side of the competition?
Well, technically, I've only covered this event once.
Okay.
So 0 times, 0 for 2, according to that.
So it'll be history.
But yes, I'd have to go through the old collegiate tickers to kind of see the history, if you will. Looking back at last year, if we just go off a total pinfall, I know Wichita State led on the men's side and St. Ambrose led on the women's side. So the Wichita State women it was first and third in pinfall last year, but we had the bracket element of it to consider. So that's where the Wichita State women actually improved overall. They got to second place. They lost to Kansas Wesleyan in the final. But for the men, they actually lost in the first round of the Baker bracket to Baker. So it wasn't the best day for the Wichita State men at the 2019 event. But looking at the ranking points for the season, they got since they qualified first, they got the first place ranking points going to the overall season total. But had some struggles in the bracket.
Well, that's why the host changed the format, huh? Maybe.
But no, I feel if we went through the trials and tribulations of the Mid-States Championships over its long history, there's probably a handful of times Wichita State has walked away with multiple victories in the event. I would feel confident in saying that without even looking at anything. So
Yeah. I would agree with you there for sure. But I'm sure it would be nice for them to come out with wins on both sides. In this first event back, and at home, I'm sure that'll make them feel good for the rest of the season.
Well, I mean, I feel this is an event that, most teams throughout the course, and this is how we have so many events over the course of a collegiate season. And, we mentioned earlier in the day, we have 12 events going on this week, is that most schools host an event throughout the course of the year. This one is jointly hosted by Wichita State and Newman. So I feel for both of these squads. This is, obviously there's big events over the course of the regular season, but this is the one where you want to show up. You're on your home turf, if you will. Nobody should know the center better than the Jets and the Shockers. So you kind of expect them to have that advantage of just knowing the tendencies of the center wherever they may be bowling at. North Rock Lanes being the place here, but you got to feel it's definitely. You mentioned the layoff. This is the first event pack, definitely for Wichita State. So this is important. Yeah, this is a great way to kick things off. For the players who have been there for a couple of years, and having last season end abruptly like it did, getting that first win would be, I'm sure, a great feeling. And for the newcomers as well, that's. You walk into this tradition of Wichita State, and to be able to come away with a victory in your first time and get to experience that right away, I think that's just good for the culture in general to know that, hey, all right, this is Wichita State. This is what we do. We win stuff at bowling. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, especially, with the young players, like Cameron Hurwitz and, Richard Paul on the JV side, this being their first event. So, to get off the ground of their collegiate career with a win right out of the gate, that bodes well for things in the future.
No, I would agree with that 100%. And speaking from my own experience, just not 100% knowing what I was getting into my very first. I only bowled 1 year, but my very first tournament, and just once you find out you can compete in a field of a big size, and essentially compete the way you want to compete, that does a ton for your confidence. Obviously that didn't work out the same way it's going to work out for other players like Cameron, like RP3, because they're going to be phenomenal players, and I'm going to be a Wednesday night league bowler for the rest of my life. But that's fine.
But you shot 299 on Facebook, so that means you're legit.
That's true. So I am good. Just ask me. But I left off a word there, but I can't say that one. But no, that confidence level, and that's also part of the system that's been created. And big shout out to the IBC youth development team for giving these young players these avenues to get comfortable for this. In 2004, 2005, junior gold was something I had never really even heard of as a young player. It was something I wasn't trying to be a part of. We had, outside of the city and state tournaments, those were basically the big events for us where we were at. There weren't tours, there weren't junior gold qualifiers, there wasn't USA bowling. It was high school, local, and state tournaments. So that was my introduction to all this world. So I came in, I was it was an environment I wasn't ready or wasn't sure I was going to be able to be competitive in. And luckily for me, in my first tournament, I was somewhat competitive. So my confidence for the rest of the season, it didn't translate to it, but at least I started off at that point having that confidence. These players now are so good on these tough patterns. They know it. Cameron and his brother are doing so many cool things with bowling balls that we had on an episode of Splitting Boards a couple months ago. That's a whole different level, and that's just 15 years ago. So I'm, but the confidence thing, they've been building that up since they've been, 10 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, working their way through the system. So I think that's going to be just another notch, essentially, in the confidence boost as these players continue to get better and better.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. All right, well, coming down the final few frames, Wichita State bowling over on 31 and 32. There are leaders, so if you want to watch them come down the stretch, you can over on the 5th channel. Doesn't look like they're putting much of a score together here in Game 5. I had mentioned after about 5 or 6 frames, they were on about a 950 to 970 pace, and they're still on about that pace. But they're trying to get themselves pumped up for a strong finish here in the 9th and 10th, and see if they can, pump this game up over 1,000.
Yeah, it's probably a long shot for kind of taking a closer look. They would need a huge finish. It's still out there, but they would need to start piling up the strikes here down the stretch to get there. And we've seen some of those strikes, courtesy of Newman here. They've been putting together a pretty nice game here on 19 and 20. An opportunity to fly past 1,000 here and find some of that momentum heading into tomorrow. But yeah, folks, if you've never experienced Baker bowling, it's fantastic. It's fun. It's the best. I would recommend us switching all leagues to it. That's just me, because I just enjoy every element of it. The fact that the entire team has to come together, it is just so awesome to see when that comes together in just in that perfect harmony. You talk about the sound of a home run coming off a baseball bat. Just that is the bowling equivalent for me. Seeing a perfectly executed Baker game from a team coming together, the energy going, the excitement, that is the perfect sound in bowling. I love it. It's the best thing out there. So JT, as the men wrap up here, we'll be kicking off things tomorrow morning, 8:45 a.m. Eastern, 7:45 local time, with our women's squad who had the evening off. They bowled early today as well, so they get to go back on the 43-foot pattern, 31 mils, which Wichita State got pretty comfortable with down the stretch. So, what type of adjustments do you think we will potentially see from our female competitors when they are back on the lanes tomorrow morning?
Well, assuming, it is the same pattern again, I certainly know that Wichita State is going to be a little bit more aggressive with, because based on what Holly was saying, Holly Harris, after the block was over, she felt like they left a lot of pins out on the lanes. And so my guess is they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. And by that, I mean, the straighter players will probably throw more aggressive equipment and, square up on the outside part of, where that line is, where we said it was about 10, outside of 10 is dead. So my guess is those players are going to have more aggressive equipment going right up 10. And then, the players that like to circle it a little bit will be a little bit inside of that. And, they're just going to go for it. They feel like they should have this thing wrapped up already. So, the one drawback to that is if you have that plan and your goal is to go out with a blaze of glory, and it doesn't come off those first couple of games, and maybe some of the teams behind you actually get off to a better start, that could turn into some really bad momentum. I wouldn't bet against them winning tomorrow, but I think that's something you're going to have to watch out for is how aggressive do they get, and do they bring some bad scores into play and then get on a bad roll of confidence. So as long as they can avoid that, I think they're fine. And they obviously had the best look towards the end, and so that's probably not going to change. So as long as they can just kind of get through those first half of the games without giving up much of their lead, or keeping a big cushion, I think they're going to be able to take home the title.
All right, I like it. Excellent rundown there. And we saw that kind of being the theme of the second block is the patience of waiting for it to come to you, which Wichita State did so well in games 3 and 4. So we'll see if that same discipline is exhibited by the Shockers on the women's side. Bright and early tomorrow morning, 16 Baker games away from kicking off their season with a victory.
Yeah, and then the men's championship's going to be a little different because of the just the character of the St. Ambrose team. In a way, they're more of a wild card because they're lefty predominant with their talent. So and it seemed like they had a pretty good look early today. So my guess is, if their right-handers can come out, obviously they had a player that had a really rough start that first game and they had to substitute. If they come out with a little bit, better strategy on the right side, and those righties can hang a little bit and the lefties light them up, they could make a quick run. And, it's going to be interesting to see the order, I think, that they play those players in, because do you put all the lefties in order, righty, and then 3 lefties, or do you do 3 lefties and then 2 righties? I mean, I think they're going to have to play Cameron anchor, right? I mean, how do you not? But where do you put?
No, I would agree with you. I feel probably Nate Stubler's in the 4 spot, Cameron in the 5, and then you take advantage of those guys. Those are you know what? I can't take Brandon Dodge out of that equation either. Brandon Dodge is a phenomenal young player as well. So it's one of those things where Coach Eric Littig, potentially too good of a problem to have, too many options in the Baker format.
Yeah. So it's going to be fun. I mean, it probably is a 2-team race, but it's going to be an interesting 2-team race, just because it's not a carbon copy of the same 2 teams. They're actually quite opposite of one another, so it could be very interesting.
Absolutely. And one fun fact for St. Ambrose and Baker play, covering the Smyrna sectional back in 2019. Once again, going back to sectional 16-game Baker blocks, I watched them shoot 15 consecutive 200-plus games to start that block that year, finished with 173, but they ended up finishing that block about 360 pins ahead of the rest of the field after just 16 games. So that's the kind of firepower St. Ambrose has, and that was pre-Cameron Crowe too. So that's some of the streaks we've seen that team go on in the past. So that was that was an all-time performance to watch. And from there, they just kind of kept coasting, and it was kind of all said and done after that first block. But St. Ambrose definitely a force to be reckoned with every time they lace them up.
Yeah. Assuming they can keep within striking distance this last game here, which I think they will, based on what Wichita State's bowling. They, like you said, if they had a day like that tomorrow, Great chance to win.
Folks, it's why we play the game.
Yeah, you just don't give people the title just because they host the event or because they're Wichita State or because they've got, 20 national championships. You play the game and you see what happens. And I'm sure Wichita State wouldn't have it any other way.
Now, there's certainly something to be gained by essentially having to go shot for shot with another bowling team. It's that goes a long way in building the character as well, of seeing how you perform in those pressure moments. It's one thing to know how to lead and know how to win. That's an important characteristic as well. But essentially, one of those situations where if we make the boxing analogy, if someone gets hit a couple times, all of a sudden you kind of see how they're able to bounce back from that. So that characteristic also goes a long way in the team format here in bowling.
Absolutely. And Newman getting nice finish here. Anchor bowler going to shoot 240. A couple other rough scores around him, but 112 game. That's a number you don't see too often at this level.
That's actually a big game coming from Drury's anchor player.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
I'm looking off screen again, and it always messes me up.
But no, Newman's going to be taking it to 987, I believe, with all three in the 10th from their anchor player. Drury a little bit farther back, but a nice finish there. As we get a final few shots here, as it's starting to get a little quiet over there at North Rock Lanes, it sounds like.
Well, most of the pairs have finished up, so we are pretty close to the end here. We've got a couple on 23 and 24. We've got 4 more players left to finish, and then we'll be done for the day.
All right, folks, that'll be as they wrap up here. We'll go ahead and actually wrap up our coverage for today. But it's been an exciting day. So first off, we want folks to check out the Sport of Bowling USBC and at USBC on Twitter and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram. We will post results for the men's squad, both team and individual, as soon as we get them, once everybody is complete. Of course, you can finish or visit the Mid-States Championships page as well. They have all the stuff there. Newman's page had it. So be sure to follow the schools as well and the tournaments on Facebook to get a lot of great information from those places too. But yeah, JT, we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning for Baker competition, 8:45 a.m. Eastern, 7:45 local time in Wichita, Kansas. But wow, what a day. We cruised through the first part of it. Got some great analysis this evening. I think it's been a fun day, a nice full day, and a few different ways we tackled it, but a lot of good stuff today on Bowl TV.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed watching Wichita State, the men's team, bowl that game 3 today. That was really cool, watching them all just jump in and take advantage of what they saw out there and the conditions. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow if St. Ambrose can make a run and run them down. And then also looking forward to watching the women's finals. I really love that pattern, the fallback. It's a lot of fun to watch, and I think we're going to see some different strategies tomorrow, and I think we could see some really big scores. So it should be pretty exciting.
Absolutely, JT. So it's time for us to get some rest. So we'll let you go ahead and clean everything up, pack the stuff up for tonight. But we'll be back bright and early tomorrow. So thank you again for all the great work and the great insight along the way.
Well, thank you, sir. Have a good night and get some rest. And we'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow.
That's right. We'll be back here. So JT, have a good evening, and we'll talk to you soon. All right, folks, we still got some bowling going on the individual channels. You can check those out as we wrap things up. But we're going to go ahead and close down the main channel here. So, folks, once again, it's been a great day on bowltv.com. We talked to a lot of great folks. Just once again, a big thank you throughout the course of the day. Matt Russo, Lauren Pate, Dasha Kovalova, Stephanie Johnson, Richard Paul III, and Jason Thomas, all contributing throughout the course of the day. JT's been doing everything on site, so big shout out to him. Of course, our hosts, Newman and Wichita State University, hosting the Mid-States Championships. Big shout out to them. The staff at North Rock Lanes, always a big thank you to Frank and Kathy DeSocio and Brent Bowers for all the great stuff they do for the sport of bowling. But yeah, that's going to conclude our action here on Saturday. Once again, it's going to be 8:45 a.m. Eastern. The women will start their 16-game Baker block, and then at 1:45 p.m. Eastern, the men will be on the lanes as we get down to figure out who is going to win the Mid-States Championships in 2021. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and sign off. Once again, remember to check social media, the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter, and at US Bowling Congress on Instagram to find out about the end of the men's results. We have the women's already posted, so you can check those out. But we'll have those up in a little bit. Check out the archives on bowltv.com as well. But folks, we're signing off. Have a great evening and the rest of your Saturday. We'll see you Sunday morning bright and early here from the Mid-States Championships. For Jason Thomas, my name's Aaron Smith. And remember, folks, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Have a great night, everybody.